Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, the information including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing. Disclaimer, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
As many planets and moons and whatever rotate around the sun, if you understood the totality, so the unicos rotates around one sun, which is the creator, the soul of the creator, where all the energy comes from. When you look at the drawing of the unicos, especially in the back of the third book, the center point is the creator. And the rest are on their own clusters of their own clusters of their own cluster. If you compare it to the soul of the man, your brain has its own soul, your kidney has its own soul, your heart has its own soul, and then within it, there are other sections, compartments of the fields of the strength to clean up the zinc, let's say, in your kidney, another part to clean up any vitamin D's, and another one, these become little galaxies. And then within the galaxies, then you have different tissues and the cells, and then become these like planetary system and whatever. But in fact, the essence of life of this cell in the kidney, which does certain job, is connected to the soul, which has been as a center. And that's the same. The whole unicos evolves and fed by the soul of the creator within the center. All these universes are those clusters of kidneys and whatever different galaxies. You are a creator. When you're a mother, you're a creator of that child. But you can be no mother, but create a love for a child, and you still create a new emotion in that child.
Yes, I accept that. But
so,
if I'm a creator, I'm big, so I'm not.
No, who says?
Creator is kind of power.
No. If you create a statue, do you have a power over a statue? Move, sit, move. Left, right. We don't have that. What suits us to befit us and befit our emotion?
Yeah, because we say there is only one God.
And there are many gods.
Okay. And when you say my command is my wish is
it's my decision. It's my decision, and that'll be it. I decide, and that'll be it.
But can I say that also?
Yes.
My wish is my command.
You decide to go to the shop to buy the clothes, it's your command. You decide to go. If you sit, the clothes doesn't come from the shop to you, does it? Yeah?
Yeah. but it's not instantaneous. You know,
One is in the dimension of
process.
the soul, and one is in the dimension of physicality.
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
You just said there are many gods. Do you want to wait until next week to expand on that?
The God is us. Translation of the God as a creator, not translation of God as the big creator of everything. You understand? There is a philosophy which we come into it when man matures, even our creator as a creator. Otherwise, how was he created? You understand?
But where does that change stop? Does it stop?
It becomes us. It comes back to us to become them, to become us as what? As one.
Kind of like with the technology when you're feeding it back into yourself.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 477th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, March 16th, 2023. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the public teachings in English. My name is Rick Crammond, and I'll be host once again in these weekly series of workshops. And once again, we have the pleasure of having the company of Mr. Mehran Keshe to guide us through today's workshop. And I think he's ready and eager to go with some announcements and new knowledge for us to participate in. Hello, Mr. Keshe. Are you ready there?
Yes. Good morning, good day to you. As usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this series of knowledge seekers of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. We welcome you back, as Rick said, to share knowledge, and that's the whole purpose of this teaching. Well, the ones who know, they share, and the ones who listen might add their knowledge to it to share with the others the more. Well, into this teaching, we go back to some of our old tradition, making a few announcements at the beginning, and then we go into teaching. First of all, I would like to give the best regards for the Iranian New Year on Tuesday, as we will not meet till after the New Year. It's the beginning of a spring and a new beginning. I give my best wishes to all the Iranians and those who believe in the path of Mitra. We made some announcement last week because of shortage of time in the short teaching session. Some bundles for Easter, which has been made available. And we have made an announcement regarding the meeting with the world leaders on the 24th, next Friday. Join us in that we can bring the change. We have some ambassadors and a couple of presidents will be online as if they want to join themselves, or they stay on a VPN on the background in different channels. Unless they send a message they want to come in, we keep the same. We have done a session 2 Sundays ago regarding eating, dining with the Creator. And the last week, the week before, we provided a food. Our knowledge seekers, then they brought their food. And we would like to meet with you on Sunday at 12 o'clock. Those of you who participated in this and understand why and how this happened, what emotions, what feelings, what has brought you, and in that process, how we can bring for you to learn to eat from the table of the universe. When you go to space, you do not have chicken and chips or sushi or the rest of it. But somewhere down the line, you need energies. What did you learn? How do you gather energies from the universe? How do you feed yourself? Part of this will be given to you through the soul this Sunday, and part of it you will learn to do. Some of you have already had a profound understanding of the process and become wise to look beyond. Then you understand one thing very simple. When you are in a condition of the physicality, to be connected to that physical condition, you need to have a connection, which means to give and take. Does not mean to kill another object or destroy it for it to take, but live in harmony with the fields of that environment. In a way, we learn to live with the energies of the environment and not to destroy, to gain energies of the environment. And in that process, we learn a lot more. We learn that our life is without pain, without illness, because the body balances itself. And in that process, we become much more wiser in every aspect of the knowledge of creation. Then on April, we have put addiction. It would be good that every knowledge seeker to come into that session, because it's on the back of what we did 2 weeks ago. Food is an addiction. Learning to survive in the name of wheat, rice, lamb, chicken is an addiction. How can we get rid of this addiction and tap into the universal energy? The addiction is not as most of you think, even though some of you will see that with alcohol and drugs. Killing is an addiction. Falling in love is an addiction. And how do we handle it? We call it hunger. And we kill for it. We go hunting for it. When we talk about addiction, it's beyond understanding of physicality. Abuse is addiction. When you go from one condition, one situation to another and meet the same condition, there is an addiction, because that condition gives you certain energy, certain impact, certain emotions. Then you understand how through the addiction we can even stop what we call bullying. How our children are addicted to it. Power, possessing power after meeting the world leaders next week is addiction. And this is the purpose of the addiction session in April. We are not going to give you a solution for cocaine or alcohol. We're going to elevate the soul of the man to understand not to be shackled with repetition, to need to be connected. Because what is the biggest frame of the addiction, which many of you have not even come to understand, is flight becomes an addiction. Separation of the soul from the physicality is the worst addiction that actually touches many, many creatures of the Creator. You get in the habit of going traveling, as we say, you get an itchy foot. What happens when you get an itchy soul? And then what's the next step? The addiction is how we develop this process. All our teachings is to bring man to be part of the universal community. All our teachings is targeted for man to live the village of earth. And so when we talk about these things, we make it two ways, one for the physicality and one for the energy pack we call the soul of the man. What is next? We see how energies coming together in combination of the carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, or oxygen, which is part of the Mr. Cohen, in the stronger fields become addiction to cocaine. Just go and look at the chemistry binding of addiction materials. Even sex has an addiction chain. You can see it, how many carbon it carries, how many hydrogen it carries. Then now, change the same carbon and hydrogen into the dimension of the carbon-14 and deuterium. In the last week's teaching, we touched on the balance, on equality, on similarity between these. But I'm sure many of you did not come to comprehend what's the next step. You have the combination of what we call carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen. If we do it properly and understand it, is actually the hydrogen is the back. You have the carbon, which links created out of it. You have the oxygen, which is the interaction of the two depending on the dimension, and the residual energy collector. But you talk about carbon-12 in the dimension of the physicality. You have a hydrogen in that dimension. These two are dictated by position. But go back to understanding the process of the creation in the dimension of the universe. You have now, very simply, a parallel. You have deuterium. You have carbon-14. What are the other two? When we speak about universal magnetic fields common denominator, we always speak about deuterium, not the hydrogen. In an energetic plasmatic condition of what you call the hydrogen, with a combination of the carbon on planet Earth, creates H2O. From plasmatic point of view, which man has never considered, this is an order. That's why it can become a vapor. It can't stay in liquid condition. Because when we speak about water, as man does, we have one thing. You have a center of gravitational point of the Earth, which creates a gravity. This creates a field, we call it atmosphere. In this atmosphere, the combination of the hydrogen and oxygen creates liquid. Without this central gravity and containment of the magnetic field, this will not happen. Otherwise, we would have had water all over the universe. It's the same thing as we always taught you. The minute you put something in your mouth, this is the matter state in the dimension of here. Once enters the mouth of the man and in the intestine, this is another gravitational magnetic field. The water does not behave as water as outside, now behaves as a plasma. So the body of the man creates its own magnetic gravitational field and uses the same fields of the water. Where in the dimension of gravitational magnetic field of the Earth, the condition creates liquidity. You're liquid, you're water. So when we look in the dimension of the creation, we have to see what combination, what state of matter manifestation comes into. How come a combination of coin gives us life, gives us amino acid, but when we mix other four chemicals, we have no life. It's a solid. You make alloys, you put zinc, nickel, copper, everything else in it. Dimension of intelligence. How this combination leads to intelligence and life is what will be concern of your soul, the dimension of physicality of the man in space. This is why we explain once the man understands the principle of creation, he has to understand where is dynamism, that creation can lead to intelligence, creation of emotion, creation of life. What we call amino acid is the fundamental base for creation of life intelligence, not just protein as meat or protein as life. Amino acid on its own has no intelligence. It's a liquid dynamic structure. In interaction with calcium, in interaction with other elements, in interaction with zinc, creates physicality, creates emotion, it creates brain cell. Now we come to understand how man has to understand his position in the universe. It all depends how we enter this magnetic field, be it on Earth, be it in another dimension in the universe, or be it across within the satellites of planetary galaxies or universes. Not all the stars, not all the planetary systems are within galaxies. In the universe, what we see, where galaxies are, in between we see matter states. We see stars which don't belong to any galaxies, but are created from the interaction of the field of the galaxies or universal fields. The same is, you change the galaxy to universes. In the unicos, amongst and between the universes, are life, existence. This is Magra positioning. This is where the two universes space each other to live. And in that position, there is life. As there is life between the galaxies, as there is life on Earth in different structures. We have the fish, we have the man who lives on it, and we have the creatures above us, which now we have been observed. We have videoed them, we have recorded them through the flights we have. We see life above us. So there is a life beyond that. There is a life between the Earth and the Moon. There is a life, a structure between the Earth and the Sun. As is life between our solar system and the neighboring system. It comes the natural process of interaction of the fields. The way deuterium as a hydrogen travels and its structure becomes carbon, it creates different dimension of magnetic fields. It creates that what we call luminous night we see through. Then we understand there is nowhere in the universe that there is no life. There is no energy. What we call energy to be magnetic field in motion. Life is not exclusivity of this planet. Never been, never shall be, and anyone who claims it has fooled himself. So we have to learn that we had the cat, the dog, the sheep, the lamb, the tree here. We learn how to live with them. How are we going to live with a life beyond the surface of Earth? Beyond the atmospheric condition of the Earth, or within the atmospheric condition of the Earth. We always look down because we thought we are on the top, we are superior. We are bottom eaters. So I always said, as NASA has shown us, we are living on this surface. And they have shown us there is a life above us. But falls down, we eat. And we call it energy packs. We see them moving. We have recorded them. They have intelligence. They decide, they repeat the same cycle of motion in the same area. In a way, we are all cuts. If you know what cut means. The cut in English language, the fish is a bottom eater, eats anything. And man, in fact, is a cut from what comes up from the above. In the gaseous level to the solid level. It's like when you throw food overboard in an ocean. Some is eaten by the fish on the top, the rest goes to the bottom, and the bottom eaters eat it. Could be 10 meters, could be 10,000 meters to the bottom. And we are at the bottom of the gaseous level. We have never considered life above us because we always look down, because this gave us a confidence of superiority. We only look up when we ask for the Creator. When at the point of weakness or we demand something. But if you look deep enough, if man creates night vision glasses as energy vision glasses, we'll see life above us. We are amongst other fishes. Are they more intelligent than us? Who have taken no shape of physicality, but the interaction of plasma fields of them show us? Or do they have intelligence that does not match us? It's very much like we see the fish and the others in the oceans. What is the outcome? What is and how is it going to be? Can we even get to that point to live in an atmosphere of our own environment? Can we become one of them? Can we lose the physicality as a bone and a structure and become a plasma to be free floating around this planet, which we haven't even mastered it. We always ignored it because it showed the lack of our understanding of our own environment. Becoming a man of universe is not an easy job. It's like a boy wanting to become a man. My grandfather used to tell me, going to Europe is not learning to urinate against a wall standing up. Because in Islamic world, you cannot urinate when you stand, you have to sit, that you don't splash it. And standing to do it is a sign of becoming westernized. By learning from the West does not you become more human. You lose your humanity. Now we understand. But becoming a man of space does not gives us the right and to think now become a space, and the others are looking at us because we found out how to do it with the soul, then they did it, and from there they learn from us, and then we fall in the same fallacy of we are the king of the creation. God forbid. We kill 2 animals, we call ourselves the kingdom of the land. Now, if we learn and we've been given the gift of the knowledge of the what we call transmutation, energy transfers of the universe, would man in the future call himself the king of the universe? Man is fallible. Man will destroy his physicality, but cannot destroy his soul. Then, in the process of the creation, all we look for, all we sit for, is how and where this combination of interaction of the fields come from. What can we do with it? And what gives us energies that puts us outside the frame of the physical boundaries? We call it cocaine addiction. They're in a different mode. But just go on the internet and look at the chain of the existence of cocaine. How much into what the strength connect to these two? We are addicts, created out of the absorption of the energy of the universe from the minute we were created, when Mr. Cohen connected with CH3, the original sugar. All our energies, we call it sugars, interaction of expansion and movement, we call it sugars, comes from the interaction of the 2 key field forces of the universe. Piggyback and housing of it. When you look at it, in this atmosphere, we created the hydrogen and oxygen, gave it dimension of the gas. In a dimension of the universe, we have the same position. Carbon-14 creates the environment for hydrogen and deuterium to live, to expand, and to be able to move across. The way we talk about the rays and the fields when it comes to light or to photons, we have the same proposition with carbon-14 and deuterium. When you see in the dimension of a star, you are on the rays of the universe. When you manifest it, when they come to the point of interaction of manifestation, then they become fields. How many rays you have to put together to make that field? As I always teach to the children when I teach them, I say, look at this. This is a farming land. This is a land. You put the road in it. This is a ray. When you put so many of the rays next to each other, they need the space. They become fields. Field of rice, where the road goes through, or where the line of rice goes. And then it's not a field, it's just raw. It's just a ray. When you put too many rows of rice together, you have a field of rice. But in the universe, it's simple. The interaction of these rays creates a field. We call it carbon-14. The hydrogen, as a deuterium, is the row of the pathway. If our scientists understand this, then they can decide, even at any point in the universe, to create a new star. Because the interaction of the plasma with these two will bring the dimension of the fields to interact, to live, and to become part of the structure of the totality. Then you understand. When I tell you, your soul of the man, Earth, is what we call a greenhouse. Earth is the nursery of these points. That when they find the gravitational magnetic field strength magnify themselves in a given point, in the interaction with the rest of the fields, create a new cycle. We call it a planetary system, a star system, or whatever, or a dust in the space. Our soul is taken, travels through the fields and through the rays till the point where it finds its balance in respect to itself, to its environment, under the field of the universe. And the star is the seed of a new life. Does not need to be physical, as life lives in a dimension of plasma transfer. Then you understand how man's soul is important. When you put a dirty clothing outside, you don't expect it to clean itself. You wash it clean and let the environment to dry it for you, to have it ready for you to be used in a perfect condition. So is the soul of the man. So man has to carry no, what I call, dirt within the soul of physicality, that when it's left in the space, in the universe, creates another mayhem of killing, because the physicality remembered how to kill to live for its own satisfaction. As I always say, don't wash your dirty clothes in public. Do not carry the essence of the killing and injustice across the universe. Because if you go back to all the teachings, we always said the soul of the man and the soul of physicality is within it. If this little chap still remembers how to kill, when he takes over, what is going to do? Do the same as it's done here. This is why we say that killing, destruction of other type of lives and living has to become washed away from the nature of the man's energy pattern of soul of physicality, has a reason. Addiction to kill has to move out of the soul of physicality of the man. Otherwise, man will never become part of the universal community. This is why, in so many ways, we have come to correct this, as the souls who left this structure as a nursery of the new souls, some carry that essence of killing. And the same mayhem shows itself in other part of the universe. Instead of going correcting them one by one, we correct the seed at the center, which is the earth, the nursery of the souls. When they carry the soul of physicality, destruction of other collection of fields become erased from a structure of its patterns of energy. Now, if you understood this, this is why we say the children of Mitra will be created out of fields, because in the dimension of physicality, the soul of physicality will clean that dimension of the killing. Where when it's creating dimension of the soul, has no attachment to physicality, even though manifests itself in the shape of a child. last week I said, we come amongst man to find the weaknesses of man, to find how to find a solution for it. We come amongst man to eat and live like man, to see how this process can be stopped. And how man will accept it. Otherwise, it would have been easy, just erase. Dimension of the creation of the system. As I said in the first structure, as we saw, the creation of the environment gave life or gave condition of the water. What does the condition of environment of your soul creates? Many of you have started feeling, have started going through this process of expansion of the soul to bring in the dimension of the physicality, and at the moment you're in dilemma. Many of the knowledge seekers who went through the dining with the Creator are battling this. The reality and the imagination, which is reality, but they imagine to be imagination. I feel things before it happens, because now I do things without knowing, but it happens. Because now the part you don't remember but it happens is the part which is done by your soul. I was explaining yesterday to one of the knowledge seekers why we sleep the 4-hour cycle and what happens in that switchover. As I've taught in the other parts of the teaching in the what we call the medical side, is that man has left brain and the right brain, left side of the physicality and the right side of physicality. But in the herd of animals, we leave one cow to stand up. When we have other animals, there is one or two always standing up while the others are resting. They become the observer. If anything happens, they can call the rest that there is a danger, there is a change. It's time for the whole herd to stand up. In the life of the man, man has solved this problem. He has put, and he puts something very simple. He puts the left side of the brain in charge of the right and goes to sleep for 4 hours. Or goes into repair condition. Or it goes into dimension. But the soul is always awake. The 4-hour first cycle, the right side of the brain to re-energize and the left side of the body go into repair. The cow which was standing up to watch if anything happens is the left side brain. That's why we always suddenly wake up if there is a noise, because this guy is on duty. We don't need one man to stand up, the rest of us to sleep when we are alone. Man built this in his habit because he became a nomad. He separated and he had to watch others. Nothing happened to him while he's asleep. Then 4 hours later, we switch. This guy goes to sleep, rest, recovery, and this guy becomes awake. That's why we have 4-hour cycles. And somewhere in between the switching, you can always take that dimension of the soul. We do most of our dreaming in this condition. At the end of the cycle, first 4 cycle, And when we switch, when the soul is still handing over one to the other because it's in control, this is what we remember. This is why most of the accidents happens between 4 and 5 o'clock in the morning. From 3:30 to 4:35 is the highest rate of car accidents, because people fall asleep, because it's a handover time, nobody's in charge. This is why you sit in the car, you drive from A to B, and you don't know how you arrive to A. Yes, this cycle repeats itself every hour during your awakened time. And if you drive in the time of the first cycle, which is physical sleep, the other one takes you home. And you don't know how you arrived. And many of you have done this. I don't know how I got here. Because you drove at the time of the physicality, sleep time of the cycle, where the other side was in charge, and stayed in charge and brought you home. Now, the mystery of not knowing and arriving is solved. You understand? But the soul is at all time in charge. Nothing happens to any of it. I am protecting. At the time of the weakness of the physical dimension, the soul is in charge of. Interaction with the other souls, keep away, we are coming. And what happens when you crash, when you fall asleep? It's the time of the switch. Nobody's in charge. When you push the two limits of 4-hourly and hourly resolution back to each other, you get mayhem. That is why when you don't sleep, you have a problem during the day, or you're a night shift. If you don't sleep your daytime, you're in a problem at night. We train our body to switch, and when to switch, and when will be the beginning of the first cycle. When I close my eyes, when I said, is the cycle starts. Time ticking. And this is why some of us just needs a few seconds to rest physically, to be fully charged, because we have learned to tap into universal fields for that short time. Just a few minutes is just a sleeping for hours. We can even do it with our eyes open, because the soul is watching. Now both the physical and the soul strength are on duty. Both carbon-14 and carbon-12 simultaneously are scanning, are working, are changing, and giving information and delivering. Now, man should understand how he has become a passenger of the universe, how he is part of that universe. There is something fundamental which I explained in the teachings before. This is the center. In this center, there is certain fields, a certain type of life exists. But this center, due to the fields and the rays interaction, creates its atmosphere, which again, through induction of the fields, life exists here. And the interaction of the two creates a new dimension. And this goes on and on. And it happens in all positions of it. Man is somewhere down the line here in the world of creation. And the interaction of the fields of the fields of the fields in creating new atmosphere creates a condition where man can live. But in a way, we are still in that embodiment. That embodiment, fields, gives us the right to exist. Now we are that mouth with new magnetic field inside it as a body of the man. So the process is the same along the whole cycle of creation. With our body, we create a condition that organs as cells can exist. So in the dimension of soul of the creator, we are the same. We are in the embodiment of the field of the totality within. Are we part of the cell of the liver of the creator, or are we part of the cell of his skin? Because we are too far to be his brain. But we are connected because his field has created us, creates the condition for the amino acid of the man to exist in this time, place, and position. Now you understand the connection between the man and the creator. Then the question comes. We have seen universes, and within them we've seen galaxies. But for this creator, which we call the God, the creator, for it to exist, has to be in another environment of the same. Who is the mother of the creation? How did it start? And how does it become so that it's so big? Or is in reality the whole of the universe we see is a speck of dust? And because we are so tiny in it, we see it so big. Are we that single hydrogen in the atmosphere of the creation of this universe and unicos? And that's why we see it so big. What happened when we become a cell in this structure? What would be our understanding of the creation? And what happened when we become the kidney as a soul? And then we'll see how we control. Without us, that guy up there cannot work. Then the question of the creation comes. Why are we here? Or the life on this planet and the life of the man is just a coincidence. Collection of the accidents of the universe, interaction of the fields of the creator and the creation. Where are we coming from? And where are we going to? In the transitional time of 50 or 80 or 100 years, in the manifestation of the plasma of the field of the skin of the man contained. What are we fighting for? As the rays of the creator are led to the creation of the man and never stops, so is the life of the man. Life cannot stop. But what do we do with it counts. How we change it counts. To what we'll end up with, which counts. And this is the process of the teaching which is coming up. Our interaction with our universe. Man has done all the interaction in the dimension of physicality. Now, as the teachers of the universe, we have to teach you how to behave. You've been taught at home in a little village house. Now you're going into school. How to behave with the other children in the school of universe. Don't kick, don't shout, share, sit next to each other. Don't bite each other. Don't eat each other's food. Isn't this what you taught when you go in the first day to school and the first years. You only take what's in your basket, don't touch somebody else's. Take your own pen and not the others. Now man has to go through that nursery of the learning to live in the universe. Don't steal from the energy of the others. The message hasn't changed, it's the same. But now man, from being home and pinching from the brothers and sisters, other humans, now he has to learn not to do it in the school of the universe. We take you to the nursery first to see that the others are still wearing Pampers and they still wear their pants because they haven't learned how to control and behave. And then maybe we take you into school the first year. Don't be shy. Don't be afraid of making mistakes, but understand the mistakes has to be contained within the structure of the man, not to harm the others. Life has to be correct in all its dimensions, be it of the man on earth, be it of the life in the universe. And that's all these teachings are. Now we are taking you into the nursery of the creation. Please don't bite the other child. And his food is not yours. Then man become educated to live within the universe. But we have to give you the package of food that you have, that you learn not to steal from the others. Don't carry the killing on outside the earth. Because you learn, first of all, there is food for everyone. But the point is, when you go to the universal community and you come back to earth, would you start killing again on this planet? Oh, I've been away from home. I miss a chili kebab. Let's go and eat this animal. And let's go and eat the other animal. You're a Chinese, you go back home. I haven't had any whatever, roast duck and the rest of it. We behave part of the universal community outside. When we come home, we become animals. This is the whole burden that man has to stop living that schizophrenic life. We don't go home to start eating. We go home to share love and the love of the Creator with those who understand the strength of love from us. If man could understand the full, if man could feel the full love of the Creator, it would have melted a long time ago. We have a little bit of it, and we think we are the creator of the lovers. We do it the French way, the German way, the Arab way, and every other way. But this is just the physicality of the man love. What happens when you get touched with the true love of the Creator? And then what you do? We learn to live, to be the same outside as the inside. We don't live the Korean way. The domestic violence in Korean household is beyond imagination. They beat their wives as a national sport. Outside, we see them as the most perfect people. As I said to a knowledge seeker, do you know the French created the perfume because they don't wash themselves? And the Koreans are the best in makeups for women because they cannot show how they got beaten the night before by the husband. And they cover it on the makeup. And they produce the best. Man should be the same makeup outside than inside the house without getting beaten by his own soul. Killing should not be a national sport in the village of the man. being obedient should not become the national sport of the man. Man should stay obedient only to the action of the peaceful direction of the motion of the fields of his creation in the universe. Does not matter in which dimension. Beating the wife at home and walking out and smiling with a beautiful makeup because it covers the beating up should not be the feature of the existence of the man, and is the habit of the Koreans. We hide civilization behind our animal behavior. We are civilized to hide. We're civilized to cheat and to cover. The best makeups comes from Korea if you're in that game, because they found the best way to cover the beating. Now you understand how man needs to be part of a society which is the same outside and inside. We don't go home to earth to kill. We go home to create the love of the creation, to bring back what more we learn different ways of loving to give. Let's see what will be the national sport of the village of the man in the universe. We get inside, and outside we are energy absorbers, or we ate on the dinner of the creator, and we learn it's all the same. We go for a break and we come back and try to share more knowledge. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. Get my screen up here. Okay, I'll take a few minutes for some videos. In our 477th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, March 16th, 2023.
The revolutionary new Flight Enhancement Spaceship unit is due to be launched in June 2022, and in the same year is expected to fly passengers into space, to the moon and beyond for a day or even several days at a time. There is no need for the Flight Enhancement Spaceship unit to carry food or medicine, as it is equipped with the latest space technology for transportation, transmutation and deep space operation. This extraordinary breakthrough technology ushers in a new era of travel without the need of fuel, food, or medicine, even during the longest excursions into deep space. Each spaceship unit has a 4-passenger capacity for long or short duration flights and has the capability to travel between cities on Earth in a matter of seconds to minutes, depending on the distance and speed. This ability to traverse massive distance in such incredibly short time is not just a breakthrough for human transport, it also completely revolutionizes the transportation of goods and cargo, and will rapidly overcome the need for one of our most polluting practices, namely marine shipping, as it finally breaks us free not only from the combustion of heavy diesel, but from the combustion of any fuel for propulsion in the future. The Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit, a new paradigm in space travel, space medicine, and space technology.
The new Horizontal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, a space technology that allows us to work with the fields of the universe, creating a wide range of plasma field interactions and conditions. It allows the body to process itself from any physical or emotional imbalance. Once this balanced condition is achieved, the soul and emotion of the body can follow to find their balance and elevate the whole of the man. The new Horizontal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, technology of the future through advanced plasma knowledge.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our show here. I'd like to just highlight, before we get to Mr. Keshe here, I'd like to just highlight the, or if he'd like to join in, highlight the Easter bundle, which has been mentioned by Mr. Keshe earlier in today's program. And this is the 2023 Easter bundle from the Keshe Foundation store. And we have a number of bundles available, 5 in total. And these are combinations of a pain pad and pain pen, or the GANS gel packs, and knee GANS with pain pen, etc. And you can see the different bundles that are available. And I will make that link available in our chat here as well. And people can have a look at that and see if it's appropriate for either their own Easter or perhaps a gift for someone in your, some loved one in your life. Okay, just wanted to mention that. We can go back to our regular programming now and carry on with the 477th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here. Mr. Keshe, are you open for questions, or do you have some other discussion you would like to do?
No, we are open to share knowledge. Somebody asked in the background a question to explain more about the Korea. In Korea, according to the National Statistics by United Nations, officially announced, not, and they say only 50% of what we call domestic violence is reported. Every day, one individual is killed in Korea through domestic violence, the highest rate in the world. In South Korea, official statistics about 1.5, 1.8 a day between each murder, but unofficially it's about more than 1 a day. And then we consider such a civilization very civilized people. Domestic violence is considered as a family affair and not to go outside the frame of door of the house. So they beat each other out, they make up, and they made up when they come out of the house. And they see the most beautiful women around the world as Koreans, because it's all covering up the violence underneath. This is not, this should not be the habit of man. And it's not just Koreans. Physical abuse of women has been the habit of the man. When you lead to physical violence, it means you have already lost. You lose the humanity and you lose the soul. And if we allow this to happen in a space, then become home in the village of the man to carry out the violence. And when we go out, we are as good makeup artists and makeup producers as other Koreans. If you're in the world of fashion, you know the best makeups and the best of any kind of makeups comes from South Korea. People don't understand. Now you know why. Because you have to cover the best violence. And this should not become the habit of the man in space. Man has to be uprooted at home, in his base, where he comes from. Goes back to the ethos of Mitra. Do good, act good, think good. So all is in the correct way. And as you say, in Christianity, the 3 gifts from Persia, which was brought to Christ. There wasn't 3 kings, it's the 3 kings of the life in the universe by conduct. Any other question?
Okay, yes, let's see here. We had a question from Mathuri-chan in the webinar chat here. Says, hi, Mr. Keshe, will the foundation be interested in collaboration with tech companies?
We are interested to collaborate with any companies. The problem, you'll understand, and this is one of the things now we are discussing on national levels. I'm traveling next few hours for another dimension of this with major organizations. We have a habit of we only respect if we are caught, and if we can keep it in dilemma, we abuse it, what we call patents. As we have opened our patents, when we sit and share knowledge and technology with companies and governments and nations, they ask us, where is your patent? And we tell them, we have opened our patent knowledge, so we don't need to negotiate with you. Your knowledge is ours. Why should we? And then they take our knowledge and they try to patent it to benefit by it. This is one of the biggest problems with the commercial organizations. And in my negotiations with 2 or 3 governments, we are changing this mentality. What we are talking to them is that we give you the knowledge. Maybe 1,000 people, maybe a percentage of your nation will use our technology because we're going to teach it on the screen, on television, radios, whatever. We want the respect that the knowledge is ours, and commercial benefits of it goes to the foundation that we can spend on the others. The word patent should not exist. God never patented the sun, never patented the amino acid. So it's coming to the point of respecting the knowledge, and technologies which do that always benefit by. We have this one now with one of the major car manufacturers and the organization, Moscow. A lot of technology of the Keshe Foundation is copied by them, and is coming out of their system as part of theirs. But in fact, the American government has put Moscow on the track to see what they can copy from the Keshe Foundation. If you go into the car industry and others, it's all replication of the Keshe Foundation technologies. Don't forget, when Moscow went with the Americans to Moscow the first time, and the Chinese, some 20 years ago, nobody accepted him. He openly steals technology, but he has the backing of a government who's used to stealing. We still talk to them. because there are technologies which they can't even dream. They're just like Japanese, what's called Chinese and Japan, just copy. We work with the industries. At the moment, we are talking, knowledge seekers in the background now, we are introducing technologies to some governments in different aspects. And without signing patents, we ask for a national growth income. What's the GDP? What is going to be the effect of this technology on your GDP? What percentage of GDP is transferable to Keshe Foundation of that country to be spent on the nation? We talking to industries, we are open, of course. It's our obligation to share the knowledge. But it's not our stupidity or weakness. It's us setting out the seed for the new generation that intellect has to be respected, not registering it and then stealing it. You know the story of the Viper? The guy who invented a new type of Vipers, till Mitsubishi came out with a new type of Vipers some years ago, over 25 years ago when he came up with it, he put a patent, he was refused. All the car manufacturers around the world used his patent till it ran out of time and date. And for 20 years, he fought in every court to confirm this is my patent. He wasted all his life. And all of us enjoyed not crashing our cars. We never understood his suffering. And this is what it has to go. A national data for who delivers what, and then respecting it. We do it with our artists. If you live in Europe, you pay, doesn't matter, you have a television or radio at home, you pay a fee for the media as a part of annual payment. And then from that, they pay to the registered artist, depends how much their music was paid off. We respect our musician, but we don't respect our scientists. We have a problem in the Keshe Foundation. We do a lot of tunes, different knowledge seekers from the beginning, 10 years ago, they have no problem with our tunes being in our teachings. But if we go public, those people who use the tunes of, they didn't know they have to use a registered music, we'll get all of them on top of us. You use this music for 10 seconds in such and such a teaching. We want to be paid. What happened with all the teaching the past 10 years we put in public? Who's paying us? For the Chinese going to space, for Musk to create a condition, new nano-materials for the chargeable batteries and everything else. We are not blind and we are not a fool, but we know we are setting the trend as a major basic change in the technology will bring that position too. Musk cannot patent anything which is connected to the structure of the nanotechnology because it's an open patent. How doesn't matter how you twitch it. But we still work with them, we still go to them, this is what it is. You will see major changes coming out of China through Keshe Foundation technology in the next 2-3 months. They respect us, they respect the technology we bring in. In my trip into China in the next few weeks, the most evolutionary technologies will be handed to the Chinese government. Man cannot even dream these things can exist. Even our own scientists who are creating don't understand what's behind it. The gun policy of the United States to create arms to keep peace has changed to create science with it to bring peace. The ethos of the Keshe Foundation, technology in exchange for peace, and resonates with the work of the Presidency of China and the new CPC leadership. And usually people who think and work the same, they work together. We've seen how by division between the Arabs and Israelis and different sects of Islam and Christianity, West has kept the wars going. And we see in past few months, the new leadership in China, using its power of economy and technology, has brought Saudi Arabia and Iran on the table of peace. Power to create peace. And with it, we'll see the new changes around Middle East. The Americans have lost base. We see the new cycle of peace going on, all backed by the nation who can support peace, development, bringing Chinese companies into operation in other places of the world, doesn't matter on a Silk Road map or anything else. This is why we move in that base. We don't need pattern with the Chinese. They accept the respect for the new technology, and we work through that through our people in China the same. The enhancement units you see, the first series of it was manufactured in Austria and tested in China. Our knowledge seekers in the background can tell you. We learned from it and they respected it, and we saw the pitfalls, what is right, what is wrong, and it's there. Even though some part of the technology and knowledge was abused by some of the medical people in China. I learned this when I was in China 3-4 years ago. One of the knowledge seekers who was very close to Keshe Foundation was working with a group of people in the background who he could translate the teaching of the Keshe Foundation to them. And they changed the name of the plasma technology to quantum. And the Chinese government went after them because they knew they were stealing. And as far as I know, he was arrested at a traffic light somewhere in China 2 or 3 years ago. Because they know where the technology comes from and they respect it, they keep it the same way. So we are open to discuss, to sit, to bring anything on the table which brings a better life for the others. Doesn't matter what industry. Any other question? You know, talking about the industry, in 2007, 8, we negotiated with Microsoft for 3 months with the lawyers of Bill Gates, face-to-face in different hotels in Holland. Everything was understood to come out till the day I decided to take Red Circle with me to a meeting. And that day, everything fell apart. And I could not understand why. Later on, we understood why. He destroyed negotiation. But even that time, Bill Gates wanted the totality of the Keshe Foundation to shelve it or use it the way he wanted to. They can see the benefit of many of you have not understood, nano layers. Superconductor along, super resistor across. This is a huge change in the game of the nanotechnology. He understood at that time for production of microchips. And they haven't managed to fully develop it. One Korean company does that, which we collaborate with, and they're creating new superconductors out of gold. The industries at the high level understand what Keshe Foundation was even at that time going to bring. When we couldn't complete, the whole thing fell apart with Microsoft. Immediately within a few days, his protege or his, what I call uncle, appeared to be interested in Keshe Foundation technology. We could not come to any conclusion because we found out it's going to be shelved and going to be controlled on the patent. The two richest man in the world, as I call one uncle after the other, understood the Keshe technology in 2006-07, what he's going to do. But it wasn't for sale. Because it is a knowledge of creation and a knowledge of creator. You cannot patent it. When what are put in patent to be patent become applicable, then we have to patent the rays of the sun and the love of the creator, and they're not patentable, the same as my knowledge. I used the patent, I realized in 2005, when I sat with the bastard child of the King of Belgium, Grava, and I understood I wanted to share my knowledge with everyone, but who's going to listen to me? And Wim explained to me that with Red Circle, because Wim, the bastard son of the King of Belgium, brought Red Circle into operation with us. We didn't know him. And he said, this way we can control everything. And nobody in the world can do. And that word stuck to me. No one in the world, so this can reach the whole world. So we put the patent in. And we did. We waited. We went through the European patent. Then we went through the international patent, and then we opened it. I use the patent structure for distribution of the knowledge. I told you, we come to Earth to learn man's way. And what man does, we use the best way. That's why we even put that patent application, because Wim said that word in that meeting. Nobody in the world can copy, we control everything. And that was my aim, to reach the world. So that was it. So if we come to the point, what the Saudis say, anything man created belongs to God, we don't obey no patents. Americans have a big, hard job to get the Saudis to accept intellectual rights. Intellect is a gift from the Creator, not the possession of man. And when we get the government to understand and then use the Creator of the, what we call knowledge and technologies, to respect the same way they cover the musicians, cover the scientists, then we move the right step for expansion of the technology, because man, everyone will do it openly. This is what we say to a lot of you, and you haven't understood. A lot of you suffer with it, and then you understand why not. Maybe you understand. We give the technology to you free. Many of you give talks, make mag apps, make all sorts of things, and you sell. How many of you have put anything back into the foundation? None. You haven't even given a single MAGRA free to anyone. So you suffer because you haven't understood. You need, as the English say, will or the will. When you don't put the oil on it, it comes to the ground. We didn't tell you, come and pay us. If you make a donation from what you earned in past years from the Keshe Foundation to Foundation, it helped us to do something else. If you gave MAGRA units, you did free teachings and everybody else to benefit by it, that's a payment. That's balancing. Then any technology can do. That's why we don't patent any of our products. And people take it, oh, we copied it, we go. I go to China, most will cry for selling one electric cars anywhere in the world. We hand over 2,000-3,000 kilometers non-rechargeable system to the Chinese for electric cars in China. Most is happy with 600 kilometers a month. Who wants to pay that? You got to understand, when humanity works as one, we'll go much faster. When humanity cheats each other one, man goes to the ground. And we've seen it with us. We got cheated past few months, and it didn't bring us to the ground, but it slowed it down, but made us wise. And We'll see the next step, what comes from it. Anybody has ever stopped the progress of the man has paid himself, not the man. Because somewhere mankind has taken the knowledge and moved on with it. Any other question?
Okay, we have a question in YouTube from Peng Peter, who says, when traveling in the universe, do you intervene if there is an accident, or is it a natural cycle that you should just observe? How do you justify it?
Your soul will decide. Your soul will decide. First of all, ask yourself a question. Why am I there to witness this? Has my physicality brought me to learn something through my soul? Or has my soul brought me here to learn something from my physicality? And what is my part in it? When do I go through the change? I was explaining this to one of our dearest knowledge seekers yesterday because he started going through the phase he couldn't understand, so I had to give him the example. I think he's on the line. He knows who we're talking about. He's very close to me and very dear to me. I don't know when I sleep, and I don't know when I'm awake. People tell me, you snore, you do this, but I say, I can't because I've been working. It's the physicality taking charge, but the soul is running its course. But the funny thing is, when I get out of the bed and I put clothes on every morning, I have a shiver on my body. It's just like jumping into the ice bucket. And this has become more and more. And this is where the soul has to hand over to physicality, and the interaction of the two fields bring that. When you put the clothes on, now you touch the soul as well, which is taken over, working. And you feel that interaction like a daylight. You feel that chill because one higher than the other. And it's like electric shock. People who've been near me, they know I talk about it quite often. And I always covered it on always the air conditioner, whatever. But that's what it is. Even non-air conditioned, whenever I sleep in the morning, when I wake up, even daytime, I put any clothes on. The interaction of handover from the soul to physicality brings that chill, that freezing feeling. Doesn't matter, it's the middle of winter or height of the sun. When you learn to live with this, then you come to understand the cycle of life. How much time of my soul is spent in other dimensions that I remember part of it, which is to do with the physicality of the man. And then I have to bring all in the dimension of physicality. Then you ask yourself, why do I have to go through this every day? If I sleep a siesta, I have the same feeling when I wake up. As in the morning. Life is one continuous going, irrespective of what happened to physicality. So you ask yourself, why am I here? Why am I supposed to witness from what I see, where I am? And what is the purpose? Or have I been brought here to bring that change, that difference, that unconditional love and giving? Not to jump out every time that I'm the hero. Is to be there, that you're there to make a change at that point. I was on board of a plane years ago, and the captain or the air hostess asked, are there any medical doctor on board? And turned around, there was a body on the floor in the center, and there was a guy actually doing whatever he was doing to get life back in. And the air hostess said to the man, can you please get up? We need a doctor. He said, Madam, I'm the doctor. I don't need to shout. Let me do my job. We don't need to shout and how, but the reason is, why is that man on board for that purpose? Well, we are on board of the cycle of life at this time and point. Why our soul wasn't created 100 years ago and not 100 years to come? Why us as a soul of the human race are here at this time when the change is coming? What have the soul of our forefathers have done to be here to witness the change this time? And what do we do? How do we react to this accident that we are brought here to the soul of our creators and forefathers to witness the change? How much of what we do will bring benefit and how much will bring hinder? And then you ask yourself, why do you need to go to space to see and be witness? You're now witnessing the biggest change ever in humanity and the rest of the creation for the universe, as the earth is the seed, is the nursery of the soul of the creation. And unfortunately, it's not the only nursery, sad to say. The evidence of it is we don't see the stars and galaxies fighting each other, except where the man has been, by mistake, brought the soul of physicality into creation of physicality of the planet, like Earth. The sole creator of this planet had the streak of wrong in it when he arrived to be created. And he created the Son of Man with the same behavior as his son. If you give it short, then it's attached to you, then you can do what you like. I kept the man short from knowledge of the receiving energy of the universe to live, so he's always attached to me, to the physicality of my earth. I'm feeding with little life of the cat and the dog and the ship, and he's depending on me, so I control. Now you understand why we put CO2s and gases into the rivers and the air and the seas, to change that essence of the wrong from the post-up generation of his essence of creation. He made you to depend on it, for you to be part of it. Now we're giving up, the man does not have the dependency, then become free from the shackle of killing. He became one rose with a lot of thorns on it, and it was spreading in too many places to seed of it. Now we correct the base, the first rose, and then you won't see the rest to do the same. You'll enjoy the beauty of the rose without this. The soul of the man created in the dimension of the creation without the killing. Any other question?
Okay, we've got some questions in the Q&A in our chat here. From Carlos. Good morning, Mr. Keshe and all seekers of knowledge. The sun is releasing plasma at an intensity never seen before. Could you guide us better about this knowledge? We thank you for your attention.
This is part of the cycle of the sun. It happens on a regular basis. In some parts of the cycle is much intenser because of its structure. And because of is what I call mono-matter energetic condition, we see this. The center of the sun, if you've seen your ganses and the amount of energy used, should be freezing. Should be normal temperature as what we call balance between the hot and cold. As the rays go further and they become fields, and in interaction with the field of the sun itself on the surface and compression of the galaxy fields on the solar system, the intensity of the light from it changes. Let me explain to you in a very simple way. It's not all dependent on what's inside the sun. It a lot depends on the position of our galaxy too. You have a hydrogen as H. Actually, it starts as a single plasma. Then becomes a single plasma of hydrogen with interaction to stability becomes deuterium. Interaction of the deuterium with the hydrogen itself again leads to tritium. Then these still interact in different levels, and at the end you have all plasma fields. In the center is more or less, if you go in the center, if you ever look inside the dynamic reactors, Rick used to do a lot of it. And years ago we could see empty space and we saw ganses. That is the balance of the fields, is the same as here. So the center of the highest speed or balance speed plasmas like Earth is hollow by nature. The sun is hollow by nature. We see it in dynamic reactors. If Rick digs into historical videos we had, we always seen it if he puts it on the screen later on. So there's no difference. It's the field forces of the ganses and the water of the gas, which is the hydrogen base. So it creates that central cavity, what we call full of plasma of a high intensity. So in this position, as the what we call as the fields grow deeper in outside, in interaction with the fields of the solar system and compression of what we call the galaxial fields on Earth, on the solar system, the intensity of the fields changes. So here somewhere we create helium. But in fact, the helium is a combination of deuterium. It's the two deuterium in plasma condition behave like. So in essence, they become a bit heavier, slower, with the higher intensity of the fields coming. The interaction of the surface fields with the fields coming creates the light. Now we only look at the surface of the sun. If the scientists understand this and start looking on the pressures of the galaxy on the whole solar system, then we see why sometimes the sun is more radiant, releases more pressure, radiation, and sometimes less. Very little has to do. The spots on the sun has a lot to do with the rotation of this matter state liquid plasma, which is again, here on Earth we call it the water, but on the sun is helium particles in a way with the deuterium and whatever is on the top, and creates that light. The blackest, darkest spots on the sun is to do with the internal structure. But the field radiation, massive field radiations, which we see in cycles, is on the galaxial pressure on the solar system. And the scientists always looking, because they don't understand it, what happens and increases. We have to look what our galaxy is putting pressure on the shell. It's like a balloon. You have a balloon hanging perfectly. You get it and you push it, so it takes different shape. In that push, if you put a ball inside another, you see it moves different places if you have another balloon inside this balloon. So our sun is a balloon in its own atmosphere. And the amount of radiation we see is the pressures of the galaxy, in part. And when the pressure reduces, opens up, we see higher fields. And sometimes when the compression comes, we see again different fields. Man has not observed yet. These create rays above and in dimension of carbon-14 order. With this compression, usually happens during the time when sun comes across its twin near each other. They create that compression on each other, which releases a lot of fields. We see a lot of inward motion. If you look at the motion of the cosmic dust in our solar system, you can say which way the pressure is coming. Is it coming from inside out, or is it created from outside in? And or is it a combination of the transition between one and the other? Our scientists look at the flares, but they don't understand this principle. When we travel beyond the solar system, we see it, we understand, oh, this is a time when Earth, or what do you call it, the sun releasing a lot of fields, because now it opens up. The magnetic field pressure on the solar system is less. When it expands, it allows more fields to come out. Or does it come out of the compression that we see mainly out of this compression, deuterium coming out, where in the other condition of the, what you call it, reduction in pressure, we see more particles than actual fields. Well, how we call rays. It all, we talk about this, why it's happening, because we are looking in a small part of the equation. You have to look at the full equation. And even our galaxy is subjected to this. And sometimes when this compression of the space comes from outside, it leads to the destruction of the whole galaxies. Out of nowhere, galaxies just explode. Because the field release is so high compared to the compression, and then inside pushes outside and just expands, explodes to pieces. We see this as the create what we call showers of the universe, and we usually empty these places. You see a rush of, it's like a SOS, you call it. I'll explain this before. You'll see an accident, earthquake in, what do you call it, in Turkey. We all go there to help. We have the same kind of principles, but in a different scale, different way in the universe. We see the time when the explosions happen, and like a GPS in the universe, the map is drawn, and civilizations are aware of other civilizations, and they just go and extract. We have many refugees in the universe when the man opens his eyes, and some of them are amongst us. They lost their home in Turkey, and they move out. They end up in England, and they end up in Australia. The same earthquake happens in the structure of the galaxies and the universes. A few times in the past, universes have come in this condition, and what are called citizens had to be emptied, removed, what you call to safety of other universes. And we see different intelligence amongst them. This is something you learned. It's the same. Life exists within the sun. If you understand that the combination of the rays interaction leads to creation of carbon-14, and their internal interaction leads to oxygen and hydrogen cycle of 4 lives, and then with their environmental characteristics, then you understand there is a life within the center of the sun, from interaction of the fields of itself. If we can manage to create life on Earth and other dimensions, so it has the same capability to do within itself. But the life in that level is of different intelligence, different understanding, less dependent and more reliable. It's not exclusivity. It's more inclusivity. All are included. Any other question?
Okay, just get back to my chat here, Q&A. And I'll remind our attendees here that they can open their microphone. We can open your microphone if you raise your hand so we can recognize you. Your virtual hand, that is. Okay, a question from Alexandra of Brazil. Good morning, Mr. Keshe. In the 475th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, you said that, quote, the energy released by the conversion of calcium from the cosmic rays and carbon-14 can be used to create other necessary elements, such as potassium, iron, zinc, and copper. So the question is, then why are we deficient in these elements in the body?
We are not deficient. Our body uses these very efficiently, but sometimes due to misfunctioning, in part we become inefficient. And there are stations to create these, and there are facilities to do this, to give fields to increase. When you get pregnant, doctors always give you B19, have a folic acid. This folic acid and B12 for a rapid change is done in a few places in the body of the man. Lymph nodes, that's why you get cancer. Where the change efficiency, change absorption, conversion is not effective, instead of releasing a plasma in the strings of the copper that can be used to become a structure, it suddenly comes to become solidified. It becomes a cancer cell, or becomes a seed, or a solid structure we call cancer. If you correct the conversion of the lymph conversion and in thalamus and thymus at the same time, you will never have it. Everything works according to needs. If you can understand this, you go to the position of everlasting life, because you convert what you need at the point to equal amount what you need in dimension of physicality. You can change the strength of it to increase the what we call conversion from soul of physicality to the soul of the man, that it feeds the soul of the man much faster, and live in the dimension of the soul. We do that in the time of fear. In a time of high temperature, when the cell of the brain become loose, we allow the soul, then we call it hallucination. It's actually man never understood. This is the time the shackle of the physical calcium in every cell of the brain loosens up, soul travels. But because man doesn't understand, it's always high temperature. It's actually the soul. It's like going to sleep. It's like when you take your drugs. We call it hallucination, but in fact, the structure opens up, cannot hold on to confining the soul. So whole soul goes out, and in that dimension does everything. It's like what we call the schizophrenic, what I call the beautiful people. We create a condition for two to appear. So it's a habit of man not understanding the process of creation. This is why we keep on telling you, we teach you everything, that nobody outside becomes a magician for man. It's only time when man would likes magic to play it on him, and he tries to understand, okay, I like to see it, but I understand it. We ignore it, or we don't understand it. Have you ever played the game with your children where they stand next to you and you shout their name, where are you? And he's standing next to you and says, I'm here, I'm here. I can't see you, but I can hear you. And the poor little boy is jumping his leg off and his lung out. Papa, I'm here, but I can't see you, but I can hear you. We play the ignorant, or out of the ignorance, we're trying to prove something. Our own ignorance. Any other question?
Okay, there's a second part of Alexandra's question, and you may have answered it, but I'll go through with it. It says also in 475th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, you said that, quote, the body's cells are constantly being replaced, and you need this calcium like the seed to make new cells. So the question is, so if the cells are being replaced, why do we age?
Because we don't produce the same strength fields. And our body, due to the rustiness of the channels in the bone, don't create the perfect one. It's like a car you use too much. Huh? You get the exhaust cluttered with all sorts of things. It doesn't make the same noise, and it creates a back pressure into the engine. And it's the same. We do not produce over the length of time, as the bone channels closes or change or get used too much, release the same strength calcium that become the seed. And this is one of the reasons you call it, my immune system doesn't work properly, because you're not releasing the right calcium strength, because you have to release the right calcium strength to create, to gather around it the right plasmatic fields for certain jobs. This is why when it comes to certain conditions, when you use gases, you say, oh, it changed, I used. No, all you did, you introduced the plasma to what was missing in the bone marrow. That's all it is. You can stay young for thousands of years. You can live for thousands of years, just move from one physicality to another. I've done that for a long time. I was explaining this to one of Knowledge Seekers past couple of days ago. I went to my aunt the last time I was in Iran. And I said to my aunt, you're the only one who can answer me. You're the last one standing of the family who tells me the truth. I said to her, who's my father and who's my mother? And she said, you're asking a stupid question. I said, I know I don't come from this family. I have all the evidence of it. But are we? Or we just take position on the dimension of physicality and turn it that in the future operates on the soul which is hosted. And when I gave her the evidence, she said, Mehran, I have no answer. So you can always live and move from one dimension of physicality to other, but you have to share. You can't just take over because you can. You always ask. And if you're allowed and you're given, you live the new dimension. Any other question?
Well, we have a hand up here from one of our attendees, Andreas. Would you like to go ahead?
Hello to everyone. Hello, Mr. Keshe. I have a question to the feeding. When we had the daily meetings in feeding, I decided to not to eat anymore, or at least to try it out. And then I started 2 days not eating, 3 days not eating, 4 days not eating, and till now. And it feels very good. I do it the first time in my life, and it's a great experience. And also I lose my weight, and in the next days or in the week, the point will come where I should reach the normal weight of the body, so no fat anymore. And then the question comes for me, I don't know if I got fat through fields or if it's just a fasting thing. And because when
How
it then
long haven't you eaten?
16 days,
And are you still taking water?
yes, I try to drink as much as possible, but I forget a lot of times.
People who go in this direction lose up to 20% of body weight. We've seen this. We've seen this amongst Chinese too. But you have to understand, always said, people who've been eating meat and whatever suddenly decide to become vegetarian overnight. I'm not going to eat any more meat from today. And then it feels good in the first few weeks, but 5 or 10 years down the line, they run into problem. You cannot drive a car at 150 kilometers an hour and then put a brake on and expect to come out of it alive, or at least don't damage something. You have to slow down. You have to speed to the point that is manageable for both physicality and the soul. If you don't eat physically, have you learned how to absorb energy through the soul? A lot of people, politicians who go into prison, they do fasting, they last for 40 days, 50 days, and then they run into all sorts of problems. Or is the water you drink contains enough minerals that replenishes the body need? Up to a limit, this can be done. But you have to learn, if you go through this process, what you are going, can you learn, have you learned how to expand your soul? It's not just eating. So you have to teach. Don't go from eating steak every day to no meat tomorrow and become a vegetarian. You create a mayhem. But you have to find other things, other energies which can replace the meat you used to eat. And as part of human body, you can feed yourself internally, that you don't cause any damage. And that's what have you learned to tap in the universal energies. That internally and externally you absorb what you need. This is what you're going to do in the space. Fasting and starvation and all sorts of things is not the answer, unless you have learned how to convert energies to what your body needs. We have Chinese who make ganses of vegetables and meat and whatever, and they put it in the around the glass, and they drink the water from the glass, but in a way with the right salinity in the glass to absorb the right energies for their body. 0.9% or 0.09%, depends on how you measure it. Salinity gives the energy absorption to the blood of the man, because that's the salinity of your body. What do you call it? Blood. That saltiness you taste. And you have to be able to connect the two together, to feel the soul inside you and to feel the soul outside you. I was explaining to one of our knowledge seekers yesterday, the day before, how you can do this. And we all have it. It's given to us by birth. We all have it as part of constitution of our life, and we don't know it. But it's one of the tools that you can expand, move, and then move out your soul. I've explained this in one of the teachings. This is your physicality. And let's do it the other way because it fits better. This is your physicality. This is your head. This is your arm and leg. And this is your body. This is your soul. But you remember that the story about the hydrogen having a proton and an electron? Man has the same. In fact, if I put the electron here, you understand more. You have a soul here. And life in all animal creatures, even the plants and trees, has created what you call your ovaries, your testicles, where you have the seed in conjunction for the next soul. You call it your child to be created. So, in fact, if you look, man has a power to create the expansion of his soul. If you understand this, it's the same as the electron. The bigger soul sits within the small soul, and we create it every month. And to make sure it's the right balance, each testicle is responsible to create a soul. Something which I explained recently is, if you understand the physiology of the man, we produce eggs or a sperm from one of our ovaries or testicles a month. The other one goes for rest. It's the same. When we breathe every hour, one of the nostril closes and the other lung goes under efficiency to repair. So you have that process of the creation continuously with you. And if you can expand this and do what we do with you, you can expand the body. And then you can tap into the universal energy. We do the same with you when we give you the headphones. You have then to understand, then you understand how man in the future learns to create the children of the soul and not children of the physicality. That's how the child of Mitra was born. Man in those positions carries no eggs and no sperms. And if you understand this process, you learn how to expand, to tap in your energies, and you still feed. You don't say, I haven't eaten for 16 days. Because now you run into trouble because you're relying on the physicality. But if you can learn this, that you can expand this, then you say, I'm in what you call it, hybrid. I use the physicality of the man to tap into the energy of the universe. Then that will feed what the physicality needs. And we all have the mechanism to do it. And in another way, every cell of our body has that mechanism. Depends where it's short, you can feed it. Don't we do this with patches with you? We connect your soul to where the damage is, to the field strength of the patches. So when you go on this, what you call not eating, are you on a what we call a track to crush the physicality, or have you learned how to feed it from the soul? Then you become man of space. I don't even need to breathe, because I take from the energy of the universe what it gives me, the air of the earth. This is why in a few teachings before I said, before you're in the space, from the space lab you all die, because you haven't learned the conversion. How to tap in the universal fields. In the past few weeks, I start explaining a lot of things on my private life, physical life with you. There is a reason for it. And you gradually understand, because you live by the example. When you see it, you recognize it. When I tell you, when I wear clothes, I feel a chill. Then when you feel it, why it's cold, it's not there. It's my soul has expanded. How can I use it to feed myself? I'm explaining to one of knowledge seekers in the past few days that I stood, as I explained last time, I saw the blueness of the eye of the Christ. Why? Because the soul moves out and looks at the dimension of physicality. And this is what you have to understand. And you can do the same with yourself. When we send you to the moon, as I've explained before, we package you in the envelope. But this envelope needs a position of the destiny, where to go to. It has to have its neutron somewhere. We send energy level of part of your soul to the moon, does not matter. Where it finds its balance, that's where you're going to end up. In a physical life, you go to cinema, you come out of the house, you get in the car, you drive around the city in all roads till you get to the cinema. Now, in the dimension of the soul, energy, physicality of the creation, we can do the same. Cinema has an energy level balance. And that's where I tune myself to be. So, if you go on a diet, first learn how to feed yourself before you go on these excursions, because you'll find out you arrive with an empty bag, and then you have to go all the way back to fill it up. You know, it's very interesting. If you do it by will, we do it beautifully. If you do it by pleasure, we still enjoy doing it. If you do it because we have to do it, when we come out of it, we go amazingly greedy to do. You see this with Jewish fasting in Yom Kippur, and you see this with the Islamic world in the summertime when fasting falls in the summer. You have only 4 or 5 hours of the sunset to first sunrise. You have fasted for 19 hours. In that 5 times is the feast time. You eat as much as you can. But what about if you learn that when that 5 hours comes, I already learned to take from the energy of the universe. It doesn't matter if it's 5 hours or 15 hours in the winter. This is what you got to learn. And then you haven't eaten for 16 days. Have you learned how to feed yourself through the energies of the universe? Or have you learned the way the Chinese some did? You deliver the energy in the water. If you eat distilled water or drink water from a well near you, which carries all combination within this without being whatever put in the bottles. In our factory, there's a water well. The water we use there comes from our own site. And water is so delicious. It's different than the water we buy in the tap. But is the water contaminated? But because we are on top of the hill, only can be from our land, more or less, what gathers on the hill. And no chemicals are used, so it keeps it pure. But is the mineral within the water of the mountain enough for what the body of the man needs? We need to tap into the reserves of the universe and not into the reserves of this planet, or at least the energies of this planet which are not needed as reserve. Then you can go lifetime without it. As I said, many knowledge seekers, since dining with the Creator, have gone through a lot of experiences and lived different lives, and this is an example of it. When we invite you to a meeting, there is a purpose for it. It's for you to understand the ways and for you to comprehend what needs to be done to be ready for the change. Many of you who are attending all these meetings one after another, when we come to the end of it, you'll become the traveler of the universe. You understand how to react, how to be. We are getting out of 160 people around, attended the dining with the Creator, a lot of different emotions and feeling and ways of living. But what happened when you come on the table of the sitting the world leaders? Some of you are going to have the shock of your life in that meeting. And that is why we do this, why we invite you to sit with the world leaders. Because you come to understand there is no leader. It's me who leads my life. But you have to learn it. It's me who can tell the others, you're the same as me. Maybe you need me for you to be a leader. And then I'm the true leader because I lead through justice, correctness. And then what we did with the dining with the what we call Creator, and you should have realized by now that you are the creator because you created the condition. And the process of all these meetings every month is to gradually, a large number of you become the first passengers of the universe, because you are going through the what we call learning process. But learn what you see compared to what it was before you go in is what you've learned. Not accident, not coincidence. Why did we ask you to come in for 5 days? It's for you every time to learn something new in the dimension of strength of your soul. You came and you took. What did you do the week when you came to give? What did you bring? What you enjoyed or what was available for the other ones to enjoy? I don't like Chinese food. Did you bring Chinese food? Your Chinese shop brought pizza because I only like pizza. The Italians didn't turn up today. When you came on the table the second week, you brought food. Did you say, I brought in, what have you brought for me that I enjoy? Or you just brought in because we said this, don't bring it in, and said there. A few times, the past couple of weeks, you realize you're not connected. The channel is not open. It was interesting to know how many of you tune without the channel being opened, or you're still there, or you're there to come in and show your frock what I brought for everybody to eat, or you learn to connect without. Would you share your sweets or whatever you brought to go to a party? If the party is not started, you're sitting in the car with a friend, no, you can't have it till you go in, or let's eat here, it's the same as what we eat inside. What about if you went to the wrong party? Do you still sit in the car and starve and leave the sweetie in the box? These are processes. This is why we ask as many as you to turn up on the 24th. There is a purpose for it. We don't put it in advance because then you come with the wrong image. You will learn when you come through it. Like the way we've done with the dining with the leaders or the creator. I wonder how many more days you last before you start eating, or have you learned to take from the soul to feed that you don't need, or but you have to learn the time of conversion. But a lot of Chinese did, but they didn't go to the second phase of it. They moved from physical eating to the dimension of transferring energy into the water, and they drank the water and they received the balance of energy what they need. Now, what about changing those bottles you put outside to fill up the energy in the cup that you drink the water? Let those be the energy of the universe, and your body is 95% water. Become the conversion point without drinking it. Man has not used to see the beauty within his own physical structure. Then do you need it? Any other question?
Mr. Keshe, some people in the flight events have mentioned they felt sort of bloated or having other health effects, let's say. And I want to use Jefferson's question as an example of this. So he says, good morning, Mr. Keshe. I participated in the 3 plasma flight events and the 2 weeks of plasma feeding, but I have had a very complicated health situation since then. I don't know if this situation is related to the effects of these experiences. In the last 2 weeks, my blood pressure has risen a lot. It has reached 20/13. I have had great difficulty breathing. I've not been able to sleep well. I feel my abdomen is very bloated, as if the food is just sitting there and digestion was not taking place. My feet swelled up a lot. I was forced to go to the doctor, and they prescribed me medication for the heart and follow up with a cardiologist. I never had problems like that. I do the protocols with the cups of life daily. My question is, could these effects indicate that something is changing in my physicality as a result of what my soul is experiencing now after the plasma flight events? And how could this evolve? Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe.
This is expectation. This is when you feel you're generous, you give. And in fact, you came to take, and the body has taken too much. And is a conflict between the energy fields of the soul and soul of physicality. This is not the first time we see this, and does not get solved by medication. It's solved by understanding the structure of the emotion. When we have a father whose the son is in conflict with, the son bloats up to show I'm big so I can I exist, that I can stand the father's bullying. And we do the same thing, we can do it overnight. We put weight on like nothing in a matter of days, because we go through a point we can't understand. We expect to be the giver, and we actually are takers. And we store it for the time when we want to give. We see this quite a lot with those who feel they came to give, but they actually took. Body goes on this balance. Try to understand how and why. It's expectation. Can I ask one question? He's on the line, he can write to you. Did he come to Linz, but never attended to come inside? If he can answer that one on the line. And that we understand more. People came in, as I said, you'll see a variety of interactions and responses from the people who came to the, what we call, dining with the Creator. And the creation and the Creator is you. What have you created? Or is the physicality different than the emotion that it cannot accept it? This is why we invite you on, what do you call it, on Sunday, 12 o'clock, to join us, to understand. And a lot of you will understand this change, what you went through. And I receive a lot of communications from the people who've been through different sessions. How many of you will feel you're the leader when you come out of 24? How many of you will feel you need to be led because you do not really know what it means to lead yourself to a destination? Because then you have to lead yourself to planet Zeus or somewhere else. There is a reason we put these sessions on, for man to understand his work. We hear one's not eating for 16 days, and one has a blood pressure and the rest of it. And I asked one question. If he can answer, did he ever come to Linz, but never came in? Then I give you the answer why. The Keshe Foundation doctors are looking for a lot of medical conditions, because we would like to know what will happen to the physicality to set our system when you travel from New York to Linz. Are we getting the same man, the same emotion? Or are we getting animal behavior in New York and the gentleman by change of the fields in Linz? They're looking for cancer patients, they're looking for all the mysterious ways the man has abused or emotionally abuses his physicality. Because these all be registered in the, what I call, encyclopedia of the travel. How do you change cancers? Or do you teach the soul that the cancer is created by its not balance of the energies of physicality? If you have any kind of diseases, go through the Keshe Foundation website, because all these conditions you're talking about is something for them to learn. because then it will become available to the man in the universe, in the space. They are looking for all sorts of conditions. Go through the normal channel where we have your health at Keshe Foundation or info at Keshe Foundation, and through doctors of the Keshe Foundation, they'll get in touch with you and try to understand. Some of your knowledge seekers have brought a big question mark to us and say, you ask us to come and then you want us to pay. You want us to massage the figures and the technology like the others do, because the others pay for it, we have to give them what they need? Or do you pay for it, that it can be done the correct way, we learn from it, that everybody gets the direct data? In this process, we're all researchers and we pay for our research. It's not just because it's a foundation you ask and I don't have to. And this is part of the process. As I explained very recently to one of the knowledge seekers, they brought the vaccination, and because they were paid, they massaged it. The biggest crime to humanity was done in the past 3 years by those who paid for those to confirm cheated documents and figures. This will not happen in Keshe Foundation. We don't have to report to no one, and we don't have to massage nothing. And you pay for all our researchers. Your work, buying products, paying for research, paying for the others to help with research, is all part of the same system. Any other question?
Okay, question from
Earlier in the background, did he come to Linz or not?
Mark says in the last comment, you're correct. I don't know if that's specifically related to that or not.
Mr. Rodriguez, am I correct? Is it the right one?
Mark says, yes, it is. And Jefferson,
he came, but he never
Modesto.
came in. Jefferson never came inside.
Oh, he says he answered in the Q&A. Let's see here.
No.
Oh, he says he was present by phone, but I have never gone to Linz, he says.
Yes. But he never came inside. We bring all of you to Linz. And some of you never come in. And we ask you to go to places, but you decide where to go. As I said a few weeks ago, we had knowledge seekers in the flight system. I said, you can go to, and says, no. She said, I want to go. I want to see my husband died. I don't want to fly. And we had this a few times. We open it, but you are not there to come in. We're doing a lot of flight tests. And in this test, I test a lot of people in what I call to come in or to go out. A lot have a problem to come in because they are not sure what will happen when they come in. And the fear of not sure is, can I go back to where I came from? But if we ask them to ask somebody else to come in, they always, most of the time, bring them in? Can you bring your ex-husband? Can you bring your cat to bring it? But if you ask them, can you bring yourself in? It's always a problem of uncertainty. I've been there, but I'm not there. A huge amount of research is going in the background. In the next, maybe a couple of weeks, next few weeks, you will see totally a new generation of enhancement units, never seen in public, never seen at all, never been created. And these are as close as we get to production or replication of the fields of the universe with the present knowledge of the man, till we move from the matter state into the field state. Because we came from one, we went to the other, and we're going back to the one we came from originally, but in different dimensions, because it had to be understood. The fields and the interaction of the fields were not understood fully by our team. Now, most probably has impartially. We had to go into rays to understand it, to come back into the fields to understand the plasma. And when the new plasma systems comes into operation, we are ready to transmute you. And transmutation becomes extremely easy for us. We should be ready in next 2, 3, 4 weeks, because the production has started. And is controlled by you and your thoughts, done by us. And it follows into the head units and power generation units the same. The new spherical power generator units are an amazing things once you see them. We move the technology to a much different ball game than up to that. And the first basis of transmutation to thoughts, the first backup system, the basis of it, has arrived from our factory in Iran, in our hand in it. And you will see it when the new generation of the what we call the head units and the power unit comes into operation. There's a different world and different ways to eat, different ways to communicate, and they're just about to come into production, as I said, in the second quarter. You understand the interaction. The fear of coming to Linz will go away because you're in Linz before you have the fear. Those of you who bought the plasma compact units with the head units will experience a new dimension in life once you receive them. And once you understand what the position is in respect to your soul, nothing else. Your soul will think good, will act good, and will deliver the good things. And you will see the line of communication will change. A lot of you will communicate totally in a different way when you receive the head units with the power generation. Because the power is generated in dimension of the plasma, not in dimension of the electric power. And your brain, your soul is made of a plasma, so it's of the same. That's why the change will come that way. In the upcoming meeting with the world leaders, for the first time these head units will be used in a very specific way. Then you will understand. Any other question?
Okay, well, I'd like to clarify with the Jefferson thing. As Raphael mentions in the chat here, it's Jefferson Modesto and not Jefferson Rodriguez. As Jefferson Modesto says he never went to Linz. Now we have Jefferson Rodriguez with a hand up here, so perhaps he would like to say something to clarify his position.
Yep.
Hello, Jefferson. Would you like to go ahead?
Hello, Rick. Good
Hi.
morning. Hi, hello, Mr. Keshe. As always, hello, everyone. It's always an honor to talk to you, Mr. Keshe, personally. And I was just going to say that I feel really good. I have been through this experience, flight experience, as many as I can. And I really feel good. And I say thank you very much for the opportunity that we've been having to help and to join in this effort to enhance our knowledge. Thanks to you. And yes, I'd like to say I've been to Europe last year, and I dropped by Linz, but it was a weekend when I arrived. And I've been through the UNO Center to know the place, to know where the institute is, to feel the environment, to feel the air around, to feel the structure, and to understand the energy that was around in my humble knowledge. And I've been through the city to spray gases in the river, Danube River, and some churches and everywhere that I could to try to bring my wish that everything could be good, could go in the direction that should be planned.
Did you let us know,
Yeah.
Linz?
Yes.
Did you ever let anyone in Linz Center know that you are in Linz?
Well, in fact, I just I put a message to a friend, but if it would be any possibility to make a visit, but I did not specify who and when.
No, I mean,
And,
when you came to Linz, did you tell anyone that you're in Linz of the Keshe Foundation?
No, I didn't. I was by myself.
You were there, but I knew you were there.
Yes, you know. But I was
You came with another Brazilian knowledge seeker, a lady. Am I correct?
Yes, it was a kind of coincidence because she was going to take the flight experience and she was alone. And I was, in that time, I was in the city and I met her to bring her a kind of support, emotional support, because I got in connection with her and I felt that she was not in balance. So I met her and we talk a lot about the experience.
Why didn't you come into center?
Because in that day I was leaving. I had my ticket
You could have told, you could have told. I was never told by no one that you're in Linz, but I knew you're in Linz.
I believe
what question to me was why you didn't inform the Keshe Foundation that you're in Linz, because we can always open the door on the weekend if you're there for a day.
Yes, I didn't say anybody. I was just like a kind of knowing the place, and I didn't want to bother the experience that was coming on, that I had no appointment made, so I didn't want to enter. Wouldn't be a problem.
We had this kind of things in Nino in Belgium, and then in the center in Italy, where people come a long, long distance from all over the world and they just sit outside, they never come in. And we usually feel them. That's why I said I knew you were there and you did not come in. In Nino, I walked a few times and I could see Japanese and Koreans sitting outside on the edge of the car park on the road. And I walked to them, said, "This is the Keshe Foundation." Said, "Yes, we just came to be here." And I said, "Why you behave like this? It's your home, come in. We just don't want to be disrespectful. We just came to be here." And this followed even in Italy. And this is what I don't understand. If you travel halfway around the world, we haven't made the temple. It's your home. And we see this kind of behavior quite a lot. When you come to Linz or anywhere else, and you're not the only person who's done this, I'm aware about maybe 10, 20 people have done this in the past year. The center is your home. And it's not just to come and go. And somehow the Keshe Foundation team, if you're there for a day, they can always allow you in. They make a time. And I was very surprised. I knew you were in Linz and you would not come in. And I felt it. And in later times, I always asked, especially the Koreans and the Japanese who used to come to Nino outside. And the strange thing was they used to come the 2 days I used to be in the center, because I asked the people around, have you seen it? They usually come the 2 days they know you're here. We don't create a cult. We are not religion. We are a scientific organization, and the love of the science brings you home. It's your science. And as I said, in a meeting in Belgium years ago, we had a public meeting in the Nino Center, and a gentleman came to me and he said, "Mr. Keshe, do I have a permission to speak with you?" I said, "Do I have a permission to speak to you?" "Why you ask this question?" She says, "That gentleman there," he says, "I cannot speak to you without going through that gentleman." I said, I met that guy only once. I don't know who he is. People give themselves importance by association. In Keshe Foundation, we don't have this. And when you go to any of the Keshe Foundations, if not because of the security, it's your home. It's a home of knowledge. You should never be ashamed of it. I was talking to my bodyguard yesterday. I said, do you know why you and your team is around me all the time? The people when we go around out there. He said, no. I said, 99% for people to be deterred to do anything. The other 1% if they need to be. And we made the home of knowledge to be for all of us. We haven't made the home of knowledge to be exclusive with yourself. If you traveled halfway around the world, you don't pass by. You come in. And this situation with you, I knew because I've seen this before. And in a way, it's a pleasure to see for you even to be there and for us to see. Next time when you come to Linz, walk in. Let us know if it's possible. We make an arrangement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. It will be a pleasure. And
it's
really
a long way from Brazil to come in and not just cross a glass door.
Yes, but I will get in contact first. But I feel so much happy that we are, just like you said, it's just like a home. And I feel like that. I feel it, when I was in front door, feeling the energy of the Keshe Foundation and the all that it is bringing to the humanity and the connection with the whole. It was so strong, so powerful that I didn't felt that my person in physicality could have the strength that I was feeling, the exchange of energy that I felt. And thank you very much for your invitation. I know that's always open. And the next time that I have the opportunity, will be more than a pleasure and honor to meet you all there in physicality. But with the soul level, you might be sure that was incredible, amazing experience, because I could take this energy to spread the water and gases through the city, to everywhere, to feel the energy, to connect with the churches and the bell rings everywhere, and understand the environment of the place. So it's easier for me to get in contact when we are in this experience, although I didn't came in, but I feel that's amazing experience. And so I just say thank you for everything. And I will be very happy. I will be there one day, and I will come in happily.
You're welcome. It's we had an experience. I don't know if it's still going on, but we stayed for about 3 weeks in a small hotel in a suite in Italy before we moved into a permanent residence. And we had a few conferences in that hotel afterwards while we were in Italy. The management of the hotel told us one day that, Mr. Keshe, we don't know why, but a lot of people are booking the room you stay. They ask only the room. They're coming to a hotel for one night or whatever, and they want to stay in that room only. And I said, what do you mean? He said, these are the people, your knowledge seekers, who they want to sleep in the same bed as you, son, to feel the energy. We have not created a cult. And the guy said, we have more booking for that room than anything else. We got to understand that we have to understand the essence, the fields of it. And I respect that in the teaching of Muhammad, blessed his name. In the West, you don't understand. I spoke about this before. When there had to become a consensus between those who brought Christianity to Italy through the Roman soldiers who went to Palestine, and some witnessed the putting of the Christ on the cross, and the ones of the leaders of the Italy, the emperor, who went to Iran and became the fathers of Mitra to find their creation without the statue. And when the two came together, the Romans could not tell the citizens of Italy that now we worship something in the sky the way the emperors are do in the name of Mitra. So they made another statue, call it the cross and the Christ. So in a way they moved from these big statues in different locations at temples, that you could carry now the cross on you, with a cross on it, with a Christ on it. So they changed one statue with another. Muhammad saw this. And for it not to be repeated, he forbid the Muslims to ever draw his face, that he doesn't become another statue on the cross. This is why in the Western world, you hear they put all sorts of death sentences by the Islamic leaders on those who drew the picture of Muhammad. That was a logical Muhammad. When I did it was to protect myself, not to bring worse to the humanity. Another statue. Because Muhammad and his kind of life lived in the places where they worship statues. When he went back, when he realized the message of the Creator, he demolished all these statues. The only statue he couldn't demolish was the black stone, which wasn't cut yet. It was nothing to worship. The only uncut stone. And because it was black, it brought the fear. From outside is a square. It was brought in to become another frightening statue. And Muhammad didn't want this to happen to him and the path of the message he brought. So he forbid even his pictures to be drawn. Where in Christianity, you just move from one statue worshipping around Rome to another with a cross. Now you have become better, you could carry it. And the emperors laughed on the behavior of the Catholic Church. We just gave them something else, another statue to worship. If you're a true Christian, you should never carry anything with you, because the love of Christ has to be in your heart, not around your neck. And it has to be the same with the Keshe Foundation. The knowledge has to be respected, not the man. The understanding of the line of connection to the Creator by the man himself has to be respected, not anything else. And when you go to knowledge centers of the Keshe Foundation around the world, respect the knowledge and be part of it, and not to be arrogantly understood more or think I'm not worthy to be there, because we are all equal. Anyway, thank you very much. I knew you were in Linz, and nobody ever told me.
Yes, I guess so, Mr. Keshe. We are connected with the soul. Thank you very much. Mr. Keshe. And if you may allow, just to point out one more thing, in the last teaching, we were even discussing it in Brazil about the elevation of the soul of the leaders, the 5+1 plus Iran negotiators. And we've been through this connection every day. And you pointed out that we should change something. And we were just wondering.
The 5+1 has become successful. It's just a matter of the last legs of it. There is a prison exchange in next few days, should complete hopefully. And backing of Chinese in the negotiation as part of the main negotiations of the peace talk 5+1 is the last bit left for Americans to clean up. Your work should not stop till this concludes as part of what you do. But then it comes the next step. You gathered so much energy to bring that and you're holding it. Move it on to the next step. What are you going to do when the 5+1 finished? Your elevation of the soul of the world leaders to reach consensus as a world peace has to become the work of your team which you set up in Brazil. And I watch every day when Rafael posts things around all the Keshe Foundation 30-odd, what do you call it, groups. The 5+1 has taken its course in a way through the wisdom of His Excellency President Xi of China. It will meet its target, will achieve it in a matter of weeks or months, depends how the new situation with the Saudis and the peace talk and the opening of the embassies in Iran has changed their position. This will give certain arrogance to the Iranian leaders, but this should bring them humbleness that they become part of the process. It's do not stop, because that process you started, you're as a Brazilian team who meets every night, is still keeping everything as it is, as part of the course to be. And once accomplished, which is in the process, I always said we are 98, 99% done. It's just a lot of things which needs to be agreed. Is mainly financial side than anything else. And the Iranian leadership wants a lot of the Iranians' assets to be returned back to Iran or free to Iran, as long as these assets are used for the nation, not the private accounts. There was a huge problem with the ex-president of Iran with the Chinese. With a new president, all these have been sorted. And a lot of things which the last president created, the mayhem between Iran and China, is over. And in China and the Iranian new leadership have taken a new course in a work of the peace. Would not be surprised to see the opening of the what they call dialogue between Israel and Iran in the coming time. The new delegations which we see in Emirates with the bankers and the religious leaders in the background, and what we call, there's a little problem left with Israelis to be sorted out with the new leadership. The talk between Iran and Israel to come into the phase of peace is already taking shape in the background. And that needs the next support of the Brazilian group. We expect some skirmishes by Israel towards Iran, but in general, everything is sorted to be there. The Americans are influencing the air bases in Azerbaijan to create a diversion on attack on Iran by Israel, but we are fully aware of it. We know what's happening. This has been going on for 7-8 years. And this needs the next step of attention by the what we call your nightly meeting in Brazil, 5+1, and then the establishment of peace across most of the places, which is to come. With the technology we take to China in the next few weeks, will bring an evolution in the science and technology of China. And we hope that the Chinese will pass it on to the rest of the world. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. I wish a happy new Norus.
Thank you very much.
And we'll keep on. We'll keep on. I just thought that maybe we were doing something not wrong, but not enforcing, or that was just a feeling that I had about this meeting.
It is part of is there is a lot of bits staying around. Just 1 second, please. Sorry about that. Somehow they were written at the same time during the teaching. But in general, you're on the target. And this meeting of 24th will be very important for the work of the foundation and the what they call the expansion of peace. Try to join as many as you can, and many of you will learn a lot about yourselves by the time we finish with what we call meeting with the world leaders. The feeding time was for 24 hours, or what you call it, the first 2 weeks. Meeting with the world leaders will be a long commitment, a long haul, and a lot of work. And members of Universal Council, not the supporters of Universal Council, are obliged to be in this meeting. You use your own, what they call it, Universal Council emails, and you're entered. You don't need an invitation. With this, we bring the change, because there's a lot of things in the background getting developed and put in position for that to be achieved. And this time, peace supported by the Chinese will bring a lot of good things, and it needs the collection continuous support, which will join the 24th meeting with the world leaders to the Brazilian group in a way in the coming time. And we'll see how the things turn up for you to understand that you are the world leaders. You don't need nobody to lead you, but to be correct leaders. Because when it comes to man in space, as a leader, as your soul will create its own planet or a star, you have to lead, but you have to learn from now how that soul will lead. That doesn't bring the mayhem we've seen with the soul which created planet Earth. And this is part of the teaching. It's part of the understanding the process of the creation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. You'll be there. Thank you very much. That the Creator bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Any other question?
Yes, we have Claudia also with a hand up here. Could you go ahead, Claudia?
Hello, hello, Rick. Hello, Mr. Keshe. How are you? My question is, I was listening all these teachings, the number 21, and you said about the number of the souls of animals and vertical beings is much greater than the human beings. And I was thinking about it, and my question is, if you put the plasma technology available today in two satellites around the Earth, in opposite sides, would not erase the souls of these planets very quickly? Or I could call in a number of Keshe Foundation and ask what I need. Is what I was thinking.
If you do it, we'll become magicians. If you collectively do it, collectively you bring the change, it becomes ingrained and becomes a habit. It's a big difference. And we always stick to the side of not to be magicians.
But the vertical beings is not so much more fishes and insects more than the human beings.
I think some colonies of certain animals put together will be by number much more than man, and the more. But we have to go through the process of the change. It's not only man who kills. The fish do, the lions do. It's elevating the soul of totality, because their souls still creates another star. It's not just the privilege of man's souls. On average, we put how many? 500 million souls a year into the galaxy. Around 1 billion souls we put out in the universe, or in the unicos, from this planet, on a human side. And that's not enough. And one day I'll explain to you why we need so many souls in the universe and the unicos. There is a need for it. There is a structure for it. Some of them are replenishing, some of them are structuring, and some of them are become the backbone of the structure. And we can't do it with satellites. Chinese are going to launch 500 low-level satellites, or they already started part of it. And always said, with these, we can feed the whole universe. Part of my discussion with the Chinese government in the upcoming time and military is this: placing Keshe Foundation feeding stations on each satellite.
Great, great, great.
But we'll see what happens. And those who are close to us, they know. We talk to the people and places where it matters in different countries. We'll see.
Okay, and I have another, it's only a doubt. Which parameters do you use to release the knowledge about this plasma science? We are in the...
Am I correct? Am I correct? You're a medical doctor?
Yes.
Okay, ask me.
I was only, because you are in a 475 classes teachings, which parameters do you use to go further, to go profound? Do you see the behavior? Do you see the energy of the planets, the souls?
It's a combination. Man is a complex unit.
Yes.
We cannot do it. It's just what we stand, what we do. And each one of us brings our own facets and what we understand from it. You're a medical doctor. I could never become a medical doctor. It was impossibilities. I can't stand blood. Actually, I had a chance to become a medical doctor in Manchester. I was given a place in Manchester Medical School in 1979. Even I came from the engineering background. Manchester Medical School gave me a pre-med 1-year course because I was so, with such a high marks. They said, you can, if you don't do so good in engineering, you can become a doctor. I was given a place to do a pre-med 1 year to join the medical school, Manchester Medical School. And I refused. I said, I can't stand blood. How can I? I created technology with medicine that needs no blood, works to the raw energies. And that's where we are with the Keshe Foundation wellness units. You are a special characters when you become doctors. I see blood, I run.
That's a point that I'm fascinated with your knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But it needs a collection of it. It's combination of the emotion, combination of understanding, combination of comprehending the process of the creation. And it's when you put them in what measure with each other that brings the best in the given soul. And that's all the purpose of the teaching is. And depends on which part you want to emphasize on, which part you want to, what you call, develop. And which part you want to strengthen. There's no set rules. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Thank you.
Very much. Shall we call it a day?
Yes, I think you've answered quite a few questions here. There's maybe a few more left, but those folks
Let's
can...
answer 1 or 2 and we can go.
Okay, thank you. There was a question in YouTube from SASI 1650 who says, thank you very much. It is my first workshop. Could you tell us something about trauma and how it affects the brain, and something about addiction or eating disorders? Thank you very much.
Trauma, it is created between the condition of the emotion and physicality. You do not know which one and how they interact. We see when we clarify one or we strengthen one, we finish with it. Depression, eating disorder, bulimia, and all this comes from one source of or another of self-abuse or emotional abuse in respect to conditions. And that things bring certain kind of addiction with it as well. That I stay in my world and I don't need to be anyone else. So what brings into that world for me to be on is certain materials, be it alcohol, be it drugs, be it love, be it whatever. And this comes from, it actually needs a strengthening of the soul with interaction with the soul of physicality. And We've seen that recently with the work of our doctors, how people with depression, eating disorders, all sorts of conditions gradually come to understand, elevate their own souls and walk away, or gradually start to understand how they've done it to themselves. And because they understand it, it's self-healing. You don't need to do it again. You don't need to do anything because you solved the problem from the base. So when you have a trauma is where your, what I call spirit, the soul of physicality, cannot understand the work of emotion. And that brings that conflict. And once you elevate the soul and the soul of physicality, the trauma is not there. You have to understand what causes it, what's the reason of it, or what has led to it. We came across something very interesting. We always deny the emotion, and when we deny the emotion and expectation of the life in a physical dimension, we call it reward, brings these traumas in. Then some of these traumas we call ILS, which ends up with the death of the man himself, because he cannot handle the traumas of the emotion, the dimension of physicality. Emotionally, I have to have it because I think I deserve it, but if I don't get it physically, I bring the end of physicality because I didn't get it. It's just like a children having a tantrum. You don't give me this, I'm going to sit down and bang my feet and leg on the ground till I get it. We call it temper. And in adult life, expectation and emotional condition not befitting to understand the soul of physicality, and physicality creates ILS. If it's directed to a person as life, we get MS. And when it's self-inflicting the same emotion to the soul of physicality, we call it Parkinson. But in fact, we have to understand what trauma we created in the dimension of emotion that led to the physical condition, psychosomatic. And so traumas comes when the two don't fit. The expectation of emotion with the physical interaction of the soul of physicality with physical life. And this is very common. One is the interaction between the fields of the soul, of the physicality, and the dimension of physical life. I'll explain this one in the future. We have, through our structure of our body, two structures working at the same time, in parallel and in conjunction with each other. One is our soul interacting with our soul of physicality, which feeds, step down to the physicality. But there is one through our neural system which bypasses the soul, so it creates its own physical emotion which interacts with the soul of physicality, and we see it when it doesn't balance as trauma. It's a different, we don't have traumas between the soul of physicality and the soul of the man, but we have traumas between the soul of physicality and what we call the created as emotion with the physicality of the man. And that's the path which we create our own demise. And we create ILS. And world of medicine have not understood this. And once we understand this, we can solve 90% of the what we call disease of the man, psychosomatic. And in a way, is an internal work where with the soul of the man, soul of physicality is a universal work. It's like a family. Inside the family, you do whatever you like, but the family has an interaction with the society. This is how they see this family. And this is what we call traumas, is the interaction with the emotion created through the physicality and soul of physicality. This is where it creates psychosomatic. The emotions you create between the soul and soul of physicality is a different emotion. Even itself can lead to psychosomatic diseases. So when you have traumas, you have to understand why, how, and when you have a eating disorder, what this psychosomatic condition have brought these kind of allergies, these kind of things. I was talking to a very highly educated woman in the past couple of days. She has a specific disease condition, and I was talking to her a few weeks ago, and then past couple of days we were talking about it. She said, Mr. Keshe, you are right. I started reading the books. She's a doctor. And she said, you are right. I created my own problem through my own emotion. I read other scientists, and it's what you told me. It's exactly right. And I know how I created this. Now I understand it. I said, now it's time you're going to bring the change, because you understood. She's a highly educated PhD, but she did not realize getting that PhD has brought demise of her own physicality. And that's where the trauma comes. And we see it the same. We set it that way, then we eat the food which actually creates that condition, feeds that condition. If we change our food habits, we can change the condition. Because we create different extracts of emotion. And we don't have the allergies, we don't have the other things. There is a school of thoughts in the world of medicine that they say when you're allergic to a food, don't avoid it. Start eating bits of it in micro feeding. Then you find out your body gets used to it and you overcome what was in the brain psychosomatically that it came shows us as allergy. And it works in many cases. If you're allergic to peanuts, they say don't touch peanuts. But if you actually do micro dosage, that you build up that strength, one day you end up being able to eat a sack of peanuts with nothing. But you have to understand the process why. What brought that allergy? Is it chemically or psychologically? And then disorders are the same. Why do people have disorder? Is it part of the attention seeking? I don't eat this, so every time the food comes on the table, I'm the center of attention. She doesn't like this, she doesn't like this. And when you elevate the soul, that's not there. We saw this actually recently with a child. She wouldn't touch vegetables, nothing. And overnight, by elevating the soul, the mother says she suddenly eats everything. Vegetables are no problem anymore. Because you elevate, there is no need to wish, kick, or shout, or crying on the table. You elevate the soul of the child. Because she gets the attention she's looking for. Then you don't have disorders. And sometimes it happens in dimension of physicality, you have to find out why and how. Any other question?
Yes, we have a question in the Q&A from Lissy. thank you for bringing us new knowledge to elevate every soul. I want to know if the gas unit can be sold individually, and to fertilize a land of 50 hectares, is it enough to use a single unit for this?
The gas unit. What do you want to do? You want to burn the place?
Perhaps. Well, I'm not sure, but I'm thinking like in greenhouses, they burn methane or propane in order to make CO2 in order to fertilize the plants. But I'm not sure if that's what they're talking about.
You're in the greenhouse indoor.
Yeah, indoor. So I don't. 50 hectares is not an indoor greenhouse.
No.
So perhaps. Is there any connection there between the gas unit and fertilization?
The new technology we are developing doesn't need a gas unit for farming. It's much more sophisticated. I was talking yesterday to people that this year may be the last time we use these kind of even advanced technologies as gases, which we developed. We move into the next phase, environmental field for a specific condition. Where, for example, you can grow rice and maize and wheat on the same land at the same time and all grow the best. We're going through a test phase now that for the first time I released to our team the real way to make the farming gases. When I make things, I disguise a lot of things and a lot of things, and then they say, oh, it does that, but how come when we do it, it doesn't work? For the first time I released what we call the touch, which brings the harvest to 3 to 10 times more than average. And we will see the result of it in the coming months as the harvest comes in. As now is the time to sow the seed, as we say. And we'll see what comes next. You don't need to deliver gases. You just need to deliver the energy in the right way.
Well, speaking of right way with gases, we have a question from Utah, who put the question in German, but then has a translation in English. Hello, Mr. Keshe. After applying the pads with knee GANs, my husband got pain in his hip. Is it not suitable for him then? Or is there anything that can be done? There are 4 milliliters in the front pad and 8 milliliters of GANs in the back pad.
There's a very old English song. It says, the knee joints connected to the hip bone and hip bone connected. You remember that one?
Oh, yes, very well.
Would you like to sing it?
No.
You fix the knee, and now knee is in the right position or getting to the right position. And when the knee was in the wrong position, has moved the hip in the wrong position to be. So you got used to two mistakes together, but one was showing the pain. Now you put the knee right, the hip has moved to the right position, or is trying to move in the right position, and this shows itself as a pain. It's not that it's moved, you have corrected a block, and now the top, which was moved to keep the balance, has moved or trying to move to be correct. Most of you, when you get this problem with the knee, when you do this, you will see it. The knee moves in strengthening, and now the hip has to correct for the changes that a lot of you, especially women, I've talked about this many times before. You love to wear these beautiful, open, high heel shoes or sandals. And in that process, a lot of you accidentally or whatever get your little toe getting hit by the furniture or by the wall, and you get a pain in it. Just the little toe bends, or your big toe bends because it's open. When you wear closed shoes, you don't have this. When you have open shoes, when these toes move, in the center of your foot, there's a nerve which creates the balance of the lower part of the body. We have two balances, one in our ear and one in our foot. This goes right in the middle center. And when these toes move, this thing moves. So when that nerve moves, the ankle has moved to adjust for it. Then the ankle moves to adjust for that little kick you had from the corner of the table 6 months ago, comes to your knee a few months later. Then from your knee goes to your hip. And then they call it, you have sciatic. And then the spine has to adjust for that little change in the toe, which you kicked 2 years ago. So now you get a back pain. And then it moves on to the shoulder pain because it's going up. Everything is adjusting for that little kick you had. And some of this, if it's repeated, ends up with you movement of this, what we call the spine. And then vertebra has to move, and you get disc problems, and you have sciatic problems. But in fact, your whole problem came 2 years ago, 3 years ago, you kicked the toe. You don't remember, it was just something very small. And most of the chiropractors don't like to do anything about it because you keep on going back, they make money out of it. If you put your toes right, gradually all this correction, the knee pain, the hip pain, the back pain, all goes away. And I released a video for this using the foot of one of knowledge seekers, how to do it. And you get somebody to put your toes right, the foot right, the ankle right, and then over next, you do it 2 or 3 times a week, and after a month or 2, you feel, oh, the pain in the knee is there, and then the pain in the joint moves up to the hip, and then gradually all the pains goes because the body now is going back the way it was born with the correct lining. You have 2 choices. Start wearing these funny shoes with the open front, or regularly, every few months, get somebody to put your toes in line. And I released a video for how to do it 2 or 3 years ago. We did it for teaching wise for somebody, and then it came out to be passed on. And now you use the knee, what do you call it, Gans? You might have a problem with the ankle or the hip because they moved because of the pain and the position of the knee. Now the knee has gone to the right position. They want to go back to normal, so they create their own pain. You still can use the same position with the hip, but then the other thing is, now you corrected the knee, you corrected the hip. Now the spine has started moving. You get the problems in your hand and your arm, so you have to get it all aligned. Can I use the thing from my neck or my leg? All depends on you. But when we release this, we see a lot of positive response with the people who use the knee Gans. And it works because in a way it strengthens put everything right in the position of the creation, the way you create. So the others try to move to go back to how they used to be, and you see the correction brings the pain in the other ends of the knee, on the ankle or on the hip. And then if you use the same, you will get that moving. Has been one of the most effective Ganses Keshe Foundation has ever released as a field package. And it works extremely effective. But there is a way, if you use it, we don't release that way of application because it goes to another dimension. If you use it in a certain way, for years, immediately corrects itself if anything happens. And it creates that condition. One of the richest men in the United States, family of the richest man in the United States, suffered with a cancer on the hip. Being a Mormon, could not use any medicine. The wife becomes a knowledge seeker and comes to understand about the knowledge seeker at the time when we got involved with the arrest of Alan Sterling in the same area. She got to know how he was using Keshe Foundation arrest, and she makes a patch without him knowing, being a Mormon, and puts it on the under the mattress, under the sheet of the husband with a cancer of the hip, bone on the hip. And she's not touching medicine. She learns how to make certain gases, talking to some knowledge seekers. She makes her own concoction, as I call it. And the guy was huge because he was in bed, very active, waiting more or less to die with 4 daughters. He's a knowledge seeker. He's on the line. He will call me back, says, you should not tell people what happened to me. But using the gases the right way, the cancer has disappeared. And he's back to life. He's very active. We still talk with him. And we didn't know this. He told us, and when he came in touch as one of the rich men of the United States, how the technology through his wife making patches has helped him with the cancer of the bone, of the higher hip. And this pain in the hip will not allow him to walk or do anything else. And the last time I was talking to him, he was on the truck 2 o'clock in the morning going, so I said, with you, with your wife? He says, no, I'm living, Mr. Keshe. I'm driving 8 hours, 10 hours a night with the new satellite system coming into operation, making sure everything is, what do you call it? GPS location correct for what is to come. But the change in the hip, he started changing in whole body, and the cancer is not there. He said, I was lying in bed waiting for the death, and I'm running like a rat.
Mr. Keshe, for someone that's like in the case of Utah, who the pain went from the knee to the hip, would they then, since there's no longer pain in the knee, there's no need for the knee GANs in a way, would they apply that GANs to the hip in that case and sort of chase the pain around the body if necessary?
In a way, you can do, but you can't use it on the spine. You can't use it on the spine.
Can't use it on the spine.
You cannot, no. You see what happened? These are Ganss's experimental trials. And we talking about the fields. You're not touching it, you just cover it and use the feel of it. And it's not going to touch the body. So now you have to understand, if it's been that much correction that the knee is corrected with the fields itself, now the hip corrects itself. So what has been the rest? How did the vertebra has moved to accommodate the pain in the knee? You understand? So it's not chasing it. You correct up to the 6th floor, you still got the 10th floor above. They're tilted. You understand? But the 0 to 6 or floor 2 to 4 has been corrected. You haven't corrected the ankle yet. You understand? Once you put the knee in position, sometimes accidentally we do damage without anything else, but the rest moves to accommodate it. I spent years with this disease, with this problem. I even went back into disc operation in 2000. I did a microsurgery to get the disc, and then I found out that's actually how the system works. And since I put the system in order, there is no problem. And this knee GANs is done for a specific purpose. For you has been the pain in the knee, but what happened with the cartilage? What happened with the ligaments? Have they been reproduced? Have you taken an MRI before? They tell you need a cartilage replacement or whatever. Has the cartilage been, have the ligaments have been strengthened? It taken me 20 years to develop this knee GANs. It's not something accidental. And because I've been through it, I knew how it has to be done. And Mehran's last year or whatever, he says, I had the dream you have a problem with the knee. Exactly. I said, yeah, and it took me a week, 7 days to correct it, and it's gone. And every time it corrects itself, I don't need to do anything. And this is what we shared with you as a, what do you call it, as a knowledge sharing. It's one of the most effective fields. If you look at it, it's like, you know, the cups we sell with the field replicators, we call it. This gas is the same, it's a field replicator. But instead of the gas, water is your body. It's not a medicine, it's a field plasma field producer. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Mr. Keshe, excuse me, if somebody's had their knee surgery and replacement of the knee actually with some sort of titanium or other metal, would the knee GANs not be recommended in that case? Or is it okay?
No, do not use it.
Okay, right.
Prefer not to. If you have a hip replacement or knee replacement, do not go near it.
Okay.
It's actually, I think it's on the back of the bottle, we always say. This is a field application system. It's not a medicine, it just creates energies that works in this way, and then there's a trial. So we get the feedback. It's nice to know it got rid of the pain or what you got it, but this is the side effect of the injury which was created, and now the hip is putting itself right, so it moves up to the hip. And yesterday we were told, can we produce more of it? It is a very time-consuming production to do. Limited numbers is made. We might repeat it again, but it's something you can keep for years if ever comes whatever is there. Be it for the wrists, be it for the fingers, joints. It's always then feedback to us. These feedbacks you give to us like this confirms the correctness of because we're going to use this in the systems for the, what you call it, wellness centers. And we already, because of the results, we already tested with other conditions, and it's correct. But you get to turn this. It's like the way when we put the glasses out, we put there for you to test it, and the feedback gave us a lot in setting up of the other systems which we developed. We produced a limited number of these, and we might produce a second cycle, but that'll be it. It's not something, it's like these discs you would take, it takes 2 or 3 months to produce disc, these black discs. But it's nice to know it's effective, it does what it says. Any other question, or shall we call it? We're nearly into 1 o'clock.
Yes, if we could just answer maybe a quick answer to 1 or 2 more questions, that would be great. We'll have that wrapped up. 7th Star in YouTube asks, is carbon a difference between mag and grav of the same plasma's packages? Is that a reason nano is always graphite structured?
Can you repeat?
Is carbon a difference between magnetic and gravitational of the same plasma package?
Yes.
Is that a reason nano is always graphite structured?
Graphite is structured because it's the, when we call it nano graphite structure, it's not actually carbon. It's the fields which they create give that effect. When we speak about carbon-14, is the effect of the fields created by deuterium, which creates that condition. You have to understand how we call carbon-14 as the energy works, how much packages is in it. It's like a bag with so many loaves of bread in it, or so many slices of bread. It cannot be any, you cannot bring more slices out of what you already sliced. But how it shows itself, do you give one slice or give 10 slices out to be consumed or to be used to interact? The hydrogen originally, when it starts as a plasma and then in the splitting and interaction become deuterium, then the deuterium itself goes through the same process. By interaction with the fields around it, it allows it to maintain, create speed of motion, which in that speed of motion interacts with other fields, which leads to interaction, absorption, or creation of more fields of the same strength. This is what happens in plasma technology, which in balance with the rest of the field of the universe is about the field strength of the 7 neutron, you call it what we call the plasma energy. And not with the atomic number. We look at it, the field force factor. And that creates a condition of carbon-14 and the connection of the carbons. And because carbon-14 itself comes from the production of carbon-12, in stepping down it becomes carbon-12 and the step backs up to carbon-14 when it comes to the space. And this is part of the process of the creation, creating of itself and then using itself to create the next condition. We call it the weight and the mass on Earth. Read the book number 1, I explain this in very detail, how we create mass and how we create weight, and how come the mass is the same but the weight is different. The weight is interaction of the mass, which itself created from the fields of the inertia of the Earth with the gravitational field of the Earth. Is the third effect of interaction of the first origin. We call it the weight. And now the first effect, which is based on the interaction of field of the solar system, which is base common denominator, with the field of the gravity of the moon, makes it lighter because it has a different dimension of interaction, magnetic strength interaction. Otherwise it's the same. It's interaction of the interaction and interaction of the original field with the interaction of the interaction. We call it weight. I showed you in the first pictures of today when I drew you the circles with the hydrogen to tritium, helium, what do you call it, and there on. And if you want to understand this, the world of plasma become your oyster.
Okay, one last question, Mr. Keshe, from Saeed in the Q&A. Hello, blessings. Mr. Keshe, it's mentioned somewhere on the internet that Magrav's plasma energy can charge a conventional mobile phone by requiring no conversion. Is this true?
In some Magrav condition fields, if you can match it. But you have to understand how to match it. And in a very near future, we release this. You can charge your phone anywhere in the world by your main system, which sits at home. What we call the new spherical plasma power units, which now delivered to Europe from our factory from Iran, are set to do this. You can charge your car driving anywhere in Europe. It's what Tesla did. But now you have to have the right connection on the other end. You have to have the right tool to convert it back to use. This is what I was talking to our guys just this week, I think yesterday, the day before, that you saw the headphone in the demonstration standing on the stand is actually just a stand. The headphone gets its energy from the generator on the other table. And I said, why don't we put the headphone directly on the unit? Why do we need a stand? It just when we bought the head units, they came that way. We use the same stand, but the transmission is taken out of it. The electrical transmission, because we don't use it, we don't need it. And I'm sure in the next few months and whatever, we start introducing the magnetic field producers as an energy transfer. It'll be done, and it'll be, this is the gift we'll take with us to China. If we can change the energy consumption production of China, don't forget they produce 1 coal power generator a week into operation for years. If we can, with a new technology, close 2/3 of them, with physically correctly replacing them back with the plasma technology, we have brought China to meet its own commitment to what you call the carbon print. As I said to one of the world politicians in the past few days, if you give me the material in the power lines, once you don't need a power station because you're not putting any more grid, I can feed the whole nation of yours. You understand? So the power transmission, the way we have got used to it, the way Tesla brought it back and gone to where it is, now with the new technology is not needed. We need one central station power generation, which is in the center of the earth, to feed the whole of the earth. We have not gained the knowledge. I have the knowledge, but then I become magician. We see this energy in the form of lightning and thunder. We need to know how to tap into it. We tapped in the thermal energy. We tapped into the water energy. We tapped in solar energy. But we haven't tapped to the essence of our own creation on this planet, which comes from the center of the earth. The magnetic fields, which we call it gravitational magnetic field, if you can tap into it, you don't need any power stations. Every unit is a station of power for itself, be it the light, the television, the fridge, your mobile phone. Geomagnetic electric power has not been tapped into by man, and our new systems are the step towards that way. Maybe if I get the right communication with the Chinese authorities in the next few weeks, we'll release that technology to China. In respect to their GDP transfer to the Foundation for Development. Which means China does not need to import any more coal from Australia and the rest of it. We don't need to burn fuel to transmit cars, transportation. Now with the electric cars, what are we doing? We are putting the power production in the background on the hills and nuclear power stations and the rest. We haven't solved the problem. We're creating more rubbish carbon fingerprint than when we're running the cars. So the only solution is to come through China as one of the major industrial nations. Application of it will go through the international, cycle. And then we don't need these, what you call, nuclear power stations and just nuclear mayhem and building power stations, coal power stations, and the rest. If you understand, if you ever understood by man what I'm doing to the man, man will run like a rabbit. With this technology and the advancement it brings to humanity, transportation, and easiness of access to the knowledge of the creation, I'm creating a lot of unemployment, which very knowledgeable unemployment, because people all get to know how to use or how is to travel. So this allows a massive excursion of human soul into space with the correct conduct. When you have everything you have, as a friend says, 16 days hasn't eaten everything, and you have to understand in 16 days he hasn't anything, the supermarket hasn't had money from his pocket into theirs. So if 1,000 people in his area do the same, supermarket has no customers going in, goes down the line to the distribution, to the farmer, and the rest of it. So it will create a huge unemployment. But when unemployment understood, why? Because the transport guy himself is one of those who's not eating. And down the line, then it creates a man of peace, because we have what we need, what should we fight for it? And then allows the man to become man of the universe in a peaceful condition. I don't kill on earth, why should I? Man has not understood what we planned for the man. In a very nice way, my grandmother used to say, you cut the neck with a fine silk line, you don't even feel it is going through you. You don't need a knife to cut man from the habit of killing. With the silk of the knowledge, we change the habit of the man. And this is what is on the card. And I always achieve what I came to do. The next step is for us to deliver the energy technology, wellness technology, space technology to a nation like China. And then the next will follow. And the Chinese from import, as Trump said, China, 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 because China allows the right process of the growth for any intellectual rights. See you next week. And hopefully join us on the, what I call Sunday at 12 o'clock, dining with the creator, and join us on the 24th, sitting with the world leaders. It's your obligation to be there if you want to lead. Thank you very much for today, and hopefully we meet soon.
Okay, excellent, Mr. Keshe. You made SASI 1650 cry today. They say, thank you very much with the big heart. And I cried because it touched me a lot. It is so interesting. So thank you for that. Was the newcomer to the workshops. This happens from time to time. Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much.
Okay, bear with me a second while I get my screens happening here. Here we go. Okay, thank you everybody for attending today. If there's any leftover questions, you can bring them into next week's workshop. And so we all have a week to formulate a question for Mr. Keshe for next week as well. So keep that in mind. Maybe there's something that that you have a pondering question that you need to have addressed. It's good to try to formulate that over a period of time so that it's a short and concise question. Okay, let's see here. Our next public teaching workshop, get the calendar up, will be the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace and Justice, and that will be on Tuesday, the 21st of March. And that starts at the 4 p.m. Central European Time. And I note that we're still on time change in the western part of the Western world with 1 hour ahead. So you might want to double check your times with the Central European time until they get into their Central European summertime, which will happen sometime the next week or two. All righty, I think that's it for today. Again, thanks everyone for attending. Big thanks to Mr. Keshe for answering so many questions today and for all the new teaching. And we'll go out with the Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit music version to lighten us up a bit with some music and dancing, and see you all in the next public teaching workshop.